Hello, cariños. Oh, I think there's two BGMs going on with him. Let's do like this one name. Hello, it is I, Malino. Hello, everybody. Welcome in the Dank Lemon. Welcome in Blissy. Welcome in Mr. Undertaker. Welcome in Cheshire. You were a dinosaur? There was a part of me a long time ago that was like, I too will be an inflatable dinosaur. But then that did not come to pass because I was like, you know what? The way I would like see less and whatnot, sometimes I'm kind of klutzy. Not really anymore, but there was a big time where I was like, I'm like Marionette from Ladybug. It's really funny. Also, thank y'all for doing the check-in. I know it's crazy. I didn't think it would be so like proactive, but if you're a lurker, you don't have to say anything just before like stream ends, even at the very end of stream ending or before you just leave. What's it called? You can just put a little check-in. So Twitch doesn't think you're a robot. Apparently, if you don't do anything, surely you must be a robot. Hi, Rabbit. Oh my gosh, hi, Gal. It's so good to see you. Hi, John. Also, welcome in, everyone. I'm so excited. Crazy, I had a dream about going to Reach, but I'll get to that. Back in 2015 and 2020, I used to be a cosplayer. I had a decent following. I made some really cool stuff. What? Remind me to show you sometime if you want to see. Yeah, let's go. I also had mentioned like a long time ago that's like, oh yeah, I'll share some cosplay things if I could find the photos. I totally forgot in this PowerPoint. I put cosplay photos in there. So I was like, oh, okay, there we go. I feel like we've done this before a long time ago. So I thought it'd be really back. Oh, don't mind me, I'm eating tacos. I'm making sure to eat. So by like 10 p.m. I'm like, oh, you haven't eaten. Yum, 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 yum. So I'm really excited. Because I was inspired to do this stream today because I was thinking about, I should have put like a picture text for it, but I kind of forgot what the cosplays I'm gonna do at Reach, because I had a big brain moment where I was like, what to do? There's so many options. And I was like, my hair looks like when I put in little tiny buns, I look like Zoe from K-pop Demon Slayers. I was like, oh, wow, it's so uncanny. And then I was like, oh, you know what would be actually pretty epic if I cosplayed as different demons type slayers, or just like, yeah, like different demon slayers. So I have in progress, or at least that I would like to bring to Reach, is the butterfly sister, the one that in the lore she passed away. She had the long black hair and the two like side clips. And then I'm thinking about the green haired girl from Jujutsu Kaisen, because I think she's pretty cool. They also fight demons. And then Zoe from K-pop Demon Slayers, but I might not, because like her outfit is so hard to find right now because it's too new. That a lot of just like okay companies have kind of like just made haphazardly all their outfits. So if not, I'll just like do I'll probably like also like dress as myself, of course, because I am a demon slayer, but currently putting together different pieces, not physically, but like finding different pieces. That would be awesome. It would be pretty epic. I'm currently trying to talk to my parents about getting a roommate for Reach. Oh, though they aren't sure, since I don't know that person super well, but I do trust him. It's one of those things where it's kind of hard because online friendships can be like, I mean, they are real friendships, but you know, you haven't met in person. But for parents, that's understandable, because many people on the internet, it's like, there have been the sketch meetings and stuff. So I don't know if it would be helpful to have a third person or something, but if that would feel better, who knows. Hopefully, I feel like if you've known this person for a long time, it shouldn't be a problem, especially since you're also adults. Mentioned that all the Evangeli girls should have Irium. I know it's one of those things where right now, since it's in beta, only very specific people are invited, and so it's a really nice blessing that Junie and Mira get to be on Irium. And I think at some point, once the beta closes and it's open for all people, then we could probably move into a phase where all Evangeli is on Irium, which is good because it gives me time to figure out, like, how does that even work? So it's too much of a gamer. I know, Irium has a very specific format. I'm also fighting evil. I feel like we play games a lot that... Not to say that we weren't invited for that, but just like, I feel like we just do a lot of things. So, all in God's timing, honestly. There might be one by the time Reach comes. I haven't known him long or chatted with him much. Oh, I see. Like a third person? Is that what you mean? If there is a third person. I know that in the Reach too, a lot of people are like, "Hey, who needs a roommate?" It was crazy. I should tell you about my dream. I had a nap after work, and I was just like, "I'm gonna sleep and make sure I don't oversleep." Oh, okay. I see what the parents' concern. They're like, "Well, you haven't like talked to him a lot." It's understandable. I mean, there's also still more time. Back. So is this thing Twitch did active, or apparently because I think it was Pastor Dustin who just streamed this morning. He was just reading some scripture, and all of a sudden Twitch banned him for the reason of like having robots. Yeah, he got permabanned. So a lot of people have been pushing today like, okay, well, that happened really fast. He wasn't really doing anything, and it's very specific to like, oh, you're paying bots or like trying to have fake audience and blah blah blah. And so that's everyone that's hypothesizing that's how he got permabanned. And so because I was just like, what? So maybe the system has rolled out. So that's why I mentioned earlier. And if you just came back, if you just want to do a little check-in, you don't do like right now, only if you want to. You know, I won't call you out from lurking. It's so crazy. Literally, I've told y'all a long time ago that lurking is totally fine. There are people I've never spoken with. So if you just want to like check in even before you leave the stream, I think that also works. I mean, it also doesn't help that, you know, he was reading the Bible and then all of a sudden he gets permabanned. But Twitch kind of like shoots itself in the foot every so often. Well, not even every so often, all the time. But VTubers in general, I did see a report that someone was saying that like a lot of VTubers across the board, all of a sudden, have like lower stats, and I think it's because of all these rules. It's like, oh, when you have this tab and blah 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 blah, but now that's not even good enough anymore. So honestly, who knows what's at the back of things? But you know, even if Twitch is to take all our revenue somehow, some way, and feed it to people who don't make, I don't know, substantial content, like hot tubs, you know, the Lord provides and brings provision. Even if Twitch removes things from us, it'll never stop God from giving things to us in some kind of means, in some kind of way. Like if Twitch literally took all, I don't know, like Christian VTubers off a radar, well, you know what, God would just send actual sponsors or something, be like, you know what, or, you know, we have partnerships with people on YouTube and we move over there, you know. No one can stop the will of God. Yeah. So we just keep our eyes up from the situation. We're actually going to move this week into the book of Romans. And honestly, I had listened to maybe 2 to 3 sermons already from Pastor Paul that I'm like, I think Bible study should be two days a week. Because because when I was reading the New Testament backwards, I mean, I read it forward, but I read it backwards, from smaller to bigger books. I got to Romans and I was like, it's all good, but it's also like, I've got to really like hone in on this. Like, I felt like I needed extra support going through the book of Romans. And I feel like it's also a good place for us to also go, because it has like sanctification, overcoming sin and stuff like that. So there was some really great knowledge that I was like, whoa, mic drop, essentially, that I was like, chat needs to hear this. We need to grow. We need to basically go through Romans together, because I really like how Pastor Paul goes about it. And he had mentioned about, like, you know, people are freaking out about what's happening in the world. But he was like, we shouldn't be surprised. It's been foretold. It's been repeatedly talked about in scripture of like how the times are gonna be. And it's not that the world is ending. It's that the world is falling into place according to prophecy. And I was like, wow, that's deep. Which I kind of figured as well. Like, you know, we just got to keep our eyes up. You know, nothing catches God by surprise. So we shouldn't let ourselves be also caught by surprise. So that's my tidbit. Yeah, that's crazy. It's one of those things where people who just, I don't know. It's one of those things where in the root of all things, it usually goes back to human nature and sin. And by people, it's the church. It's interesting because, like, there was no church in the Old Testament. So that was the whole thing brought in the New Testament. My mom always likes to say, God knows the end from the beginning. I like that. I'm going to remember that. So when I am a mom, I can say that as well. I mean, the old world will be destroyed and replaced with a new earth. So true. And the new earth, can't even fathom what's going to happen. But, you know, it's just one of those things. If things are a rough tide right now, it's all just going to be okay. I know a lot of things left and right are unsettling people, but just trust in our almighty God. He is our most high. And whatever we face, he's just going to help us through it, so we don't have anything to fear. If anything happens on Twitch, God will make the way. No one can ever stop, not even the world, stop God's intentions and plans and will for us. So even if that meant like all of us moved to YouTube or something, you know, we see corpo indie, other ones also still thriving on YouTube. So it all just depends wherever the Lord takes us. Well, if we all move to Ethereum somehow or something, I don't know. Or a new platform rises in the spiral confusion of Twitch. Satan is trying so hard right now. I know, we just gotta all turn to him and be like, "Please." You are my dad. Got him. Oh, that reminds me. So I was going to say that dream from Reach. It was actually really nice because I was watching, like, I don't know if it was like a message from God or just like some kind of comfort. Because I had talked about my friends. I meant to put in the Discord. So Rabbit, thank you for following up with me about it. I talked about it a little bit on stream yesterday, but if you weren't on stream at the beginning when I was talking about it, and then it's like gone. I feel like I did make up with my friends, but I also felt at the same time that they didn't see their lack of consideration. And I guess I just didn't say it to the Discord because I was still kind of processing, like they still put themselves first than myself. But then I was just like thinking when I was praying, I was like, you know what? Because someone had put in our Discord about like, is it God's will for you to be single or married kind of thing? And I was just kind of thinking, I didn't watch the video yet, but I was like, you know, if I don't have like really close IRL friends and stuff, God's provided me really great opportunities to become friends with people online. And so I was like, maybe it's just like my, like the will to like show up for people or something, but like even if they're not like my super best friends or something, like I kind of hope or want, that's okay, because the Lord provides in different ways. So like maybe it's just not the will for me to be with these people. Like, I'm here to be a support to help them get real stronger in faith versus the opposite. Because I guess for my friends, they're lower in faith than me. So maybe I'm being like isolated. I don't know. I kind of had like this piece about like, you know what, I'm not going to really stress about it because I feel like, you know, there's going to be plenty of great people I'll meet at Reach, and like there's the Vangelique girls and just my community and just people online that have like really shown that they show up for me and are really good people. And so I'm like, and in my dream, I ended up dreaming that we were at Reach. It was kind of crazy. I think the only voice I recognized in my dream was Barry Candy's. And then there's also Sir David and like a few other streamers. It's kind of funny. I feel like I fathomed the streamers that had like more humanoid or realistic. Well, I mean, all VTubers are humanoid-esque. Well, not all VTubers, but the ones that are basically are just like people with a little extra flair. Were in my dream, and it was kind of cool because like in my dream I was like, wow, we're having such a great time, everyone's like surrounded in a circle and we're like connecting, communicating, and having like playing games or something. And then when I woke up I was like, wow, Reach is gonna be actually really cool. Like because I was thinking about last night, it was probably inspired from this whole video series that I was watching. This one guy with a few other people were just working on creative stuff as content creators and having a fun time filming like how I made the Saja Boys in like 1 week. And it was like really cool to like see the process of just trying to make a 2-minute video. I mean, that's just how it is, you know, you cook for hours and eat like for 2 minutes and then it's done. But you know, like a whole strenuous journey, and they were just having so much fun connecting and bonding over like dancing and like being creative and just having fun and just like talking, that in my mind it ended up translating to like that's how Reach will also be. Like I'll meet other people who are also like VTubers, who are also like nerds, but we're also following God and Jesus, you know. And so it's just like, wow. And then like in the dream everyone was having a great time. It was very wholesome, that I was like, wow. And then when I woke up I was like, that's so cool. I'm feeling great. Also in my dream I slept, I dreamt that I overslept and missed my stream. And so I was like, what time is it? No, I did not oversleep. Did not miss. Hi Corky, welcome man, I hope you're doing well. I'm so excited for cosplay. Woo! Hope you have fun at Reach. Thank you. You can use my, if anyone is still planning to go, you can use my, what's it called? !Reach to grab the link. If you want to support me, you can use my code Melinda for 5 buckaroos off. I had bought these little thingies, these little letters, so I need to make a tweet of like who's going to Reach and would like to meet me. So I can have some little tiny papers ready. And then on my Ko-Fi as well, I have like a goal. So if you'd like to support me just trying to go to Reach and make sure like I have all the things that I need, that goal is there too. I know I should be more vocal about these things. I just feel awkward, even though I shouldn't. But you know, that's the enemy just trying to stop us. The Lord makes the way. So if you like to support me that way, you can as well. Either or. And they also catch up with chat. YouTube is having its own major issues right now. I mean, that's fair. I feel like the corporate greed or corporate, I don't even know. I just feel like a lot of companies are shooting themselves in the foot, and it's going to take them plummeting in certain areas for them to get their act together. I mean, that's how companies are. You make a change, it's making you lose money and lose like stocks and whatnot. Then they try to be like, all right, well, that's not doing good. Kicks in the background, it's true. Also has kind of a messy. All the companies are low-key just starting on fire. Can't even use Ethereum anymore, and what happened to that one VTuber threw me off. I mean, that's unfortunate. I did make a video about that a long time ago, or not even a long time ago. It's because it's kind of recent. It's an unlisted video, so it's not on my YouTube. But you know, I was just kind of pointing us to like, let's be slow to speak and stuff, because there were a lot of people who were too quick to speak. And so there was a lot of misunderstandings that happened. So it wasn't really Iriam's fault. It's just like withheld context. But, you know, that's just water under the bridge. You know, we can't really make a negative scene when we get affected by secular places. We just gotta keep doing our best. I bought an extra CD player today in case I get ID checked on YouTube. Oh my goodness. Was I there? Maybe, Rabbit. I feel like you were, because I feel like I remember your jacket. It was hard to remember who all was there, though, in my dream. Because, like, we were, like, we're in a big, giant karaoke room. Even though there wasn't karaoke, I think there was just, like, some kind of, like, bootleg card game we were playing. And, so I'm like, whoa. Do you see my new wig? I have not seen your new wig. I'm excited. Hold on, I gotta catch up, chat. I get it. Dapster! Hi, Dapster! Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Woo, self-promotion. You're so right, Rabbit. Nothing bad about that. I'm just like, even I was like a little too self-conscious even having merch, so I feel like God was telling me, like, it's not bad to say things like that. And I'm like, you should write. I need to put in practice. There's a lot of things I need to put in practice. But God helps me all the time, so that's good. Mr. Catsola, welcome in. You ready for cosplay? It's tough to remember dreams. Man, there is this one specific dream that I'm so sad I didn't remember. Because I literally had this full-on anime episode in my head where I was in like this cool mech and I was having a battle, and all of a sudden I start having my own like solo anime song. I like legit kid you not, there was like music and everything, and it was so cool. And when I woke up, I was like, I need to write down this song, they're so good, but I couldn't remember it all, and I was like, no. Guys, it's in the Reach Discord. Sick. I haven't checked the Reach Discord in like maybe a few days. And also took a nap before I checked. You wig situation figured out? I think we're gonna ask Romans if we're gonna have if we could have a cosplay station. I think that would be cool. That's what usually cons have. They have like also the cosplay. What's it called? At the cosplay station, that's where you can also cosplay. Well, cosplay repair. Boy, howdy, do things start to fall apart? They have. You do something very special. Yeah, cosplay, very special. I'm gonna head out to eat supper now. Just wanted to hang out for a bit. Thanks, John, for coming to hang out. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. God bless you. You take care out there. Oh. Hope you have a good supper. I'm going to also eat a little bit more of my taco. Oh. Sugoi. Or umai. Umai. My mom got me some tacos from like some restaurant. There's just something about a really good flour taco that feels like legit Mexican. But alrighty. I know Blitzy had asked in the stream if any other VTubers were planning to cosplay themselves or have already cosplayed themselves. I think this will be the first time I cosplay as myself. That's why I'm looking for pieces. But I'll probably like give some recommendations towards the end, because I feel like just to use Rabbit as an example, when your cosplay design is made out of elements that is more real world typical, it's easier to find fabrics already existent in your like colors as a base, and then you build on with extra fabric. That's what I did. I literally, for Penny from Ruby, I'll explain more about it because there's a slide about it. She has like these little overalls, and I didn't have a sewing machine So what I did was I bought the fabric that's true to the color that her outfit is, and then I outlined slowly, bit by bit, the inside, the inside of the overalls that I had that were the same kind of style. And I hot glued it from the inside and made sure the outside looked, pristine and clean. And then like the inside could look messy or whatever, because no one's gonna like, hey, can you like open up your overall or something? And I'm like, no, get away from me. No one's gonna like check those things when you like hand make stuff. Those are things you can have some leeway of like, all right, as long as the outside looks fine, it's whatever. And I hot glued it all down. So I was able to actually like replicate her outfit by adding fabric to an existing fabric. I mean, I added it all to be green, but like, let's say Rabbit gets a base jacket of the base color and then adds green to it. That could be pretty easy as well. It just depends that the route you go about it. That's so true. All the VTubers are going to be, not all the VTubers, but a good chunk of us are going to be cosplaying ourselves. It's really funny because I think in Kaito's stream, he had mentioned he's going to cosplay as himself. And then people in chat were like, I too am going to cosplay as Kaito. So just imagine people's communities dressing as their VTuber. All of us are going to be Melinda. Variety of quirky. Which one of us is the real one, Oh gosh, it even crossed my mind, but it makes sense. A lot of the corpo VTubers, everyone dresses as themselves, but then again, corpo VTubers also don't come to cons dressed as themselves, so it's just kind of funny. I feel like Melinda's cosplay is one piece away from being a tokusatsu character. I love tokusatsu, so I wear that with great pride. Just have like a knight helmet. Bam! Henshin! Quirky as many looks. That'd be so cute though! People dressing as the variety of quirky. That would be so cool. The army of Kaitos! Amazing. I feel like that make him really flustered, but also feel like really, really honored. Also, Zero, welcome in. I hope we're doing well today. You haven't watched much of Kamen Rider? Woo! Should watch Kamen Rider Double. If not, you are not a hard-boiled detective. You are half-boiled. And then Kuga's like on YouTube, all free. I don't know if Kamen Rider Double is. I end up like watching it on some kind of like, oh whoops, that's Kamen Rider, not Super Sentai. Wait, no, that is Tokusatsu. Kamen Rider is such on my list. Let's go! I love Kamen Rider. And Junie's upset because it's around Kaito. It would be even funnier if Kaito dressed as Kaito. But that would just like, Junie, I imagine being Junie like, no! No! I don't know. It's just really funny. Because we're just like, no, wrong, Kaito. And then Kaito dresses as Kaito. The Kaito interception. Crazy. I mean, they both have blue hair. This Kaito would just have ears. Little floofer ears. That's funny. Oh, did I? Sorry, I'm looking at the OBS side. Since I have slides. Oh my gosh, Mr. Katzel's VIP! Woo! Wow, I guess that much time has passed for a lot of people to just get there yet. A part of me the other day was like, man, sometimes I'm like, this number's too high, but that's the point of VIPs. Don't worry, chat. You too can get there too. The Lupin Ranger? What if Kaito cosplayed as Kaito? There are a variety of characters named Kaito that I'm just like, it could, how many Kaitos is too much Kaitos? All right, let me just go to here really quick so I can go, I forgot, where do I put VIPs? Role managers? Yeah, okay. Add new. 」 . 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 / Oh, my mom's at the door. You probably hear my phone. VIP! Oh, wow, there can only be 50 of you as VIP? Dang. Now I feel the speed run. And you can enact phase 2. Alright, let me see if I did miss anybody else's. Also, thank y'all for the check-ins. You don't have to pop out of lurking, I just want you to know thank you. That's my mom. Casual, have you just been watching without following? Well, let me BRB really quick. We're so back. My mom brought me some food. That's really nice of her. She also brought me water, because I'm out of water. Of my, like, what's it called? Got a filter. Mira! Hi, Mira! Welcome, man. I hope we're doing well today. And hello, Mr. Waffles! I like all your emotes. Pog, silly emotes. Maybe I'm, as the cool kids say, built different. That's funny. I only have one cosplay I want to do, but will never happen. Oh, really? Momentum Rumbler. I need you to put a picture of that somewhere, Mr. Waffles. Banana. Yeah, it was Mama Esperanza. She's doing well. She likes to ask me. She's like, "Is this medicine good?" And I'm like, "Well, let me look it up." and whatnot. And then she brought me some food and she brought me some water. Because I was dehydrating out here. I'll refill my filter thing tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, this evening. But it's been good. We just kind of yapped for like the first hour. So you haven't missed the actual cosplay part. Which is good for me to know. That way I can cut it and put it for stream or concise. Or something. I don't know. Ba-bum. We love yapping here. So true. We are God's mightiest yappers. But here we are for a cosplay. Cosplay. Hi, Zach. Welcome in. Zach had cosplayed as Kamen Riders. I want to get on that level. I want to cosplay a Kamen Rider. Welcome. I hope you're doing well today. What am I talking about with cosplay? I am talking about just basically, this is a very like, if you're very new to cosplay or if you're like, I'm interested, but I don't even know how. And then just kind of giving space too for VTubers of like, I want to cosplay and I've cosplayed other things, but I don't know how to cosplay myself. So just kind of like all the little nitty gritties. Just a very big intro, honestly, because people are like, what is cosplay? I want to do cosplay. How cosplay? And I literally go through a lot of like very intricate items of like all the way down to like what are different props and what they're called and stuff like that, just so it makes it easier if you want to make something to know what it's called and stuff like that. And like cosplay lingo. First, we need to know what cosplay isn't. So true. Isn't cringe. Of, I don't know. I haven't cosplayed in so long. I'm excited to see what someone with so much experience has to say about it, because I've only cosplayed sometimes and not a lot of. Ooh. Oh, no. Let me drink some water. I have a giant water bottle. It's kind of hard to drink. Melinda, I feel like we could talk about cosplays for hours. So true. I wish I still had more cosplay photos from back in the day. I haven't done a lot of cosplay photo stuff in so long. I just kind of like dress up and then walk around the convention. And then people be like, oh my gosh, it's Mao Mao. And I be like, it's me. I don't actually say that. Melly, when you went to get water, it looked like your neck snapped. Reach can change that. So true. Reach is gonna be so cool. Let me pin something really quick. Let me look at chat. I had a specific Reach one, but I don't remember what I called it. But I have a goal for Reach, or a means of support for Reach. So I'm going to pin that there. And then, because I have my code already on the screen. Whoa! I'll also see if what I can clip from the stream to amp the cosplay at Reach. That's why I was like, okay, I had a dream that Reach went really well. So that was really cool. And I was inspired of like doing Demon Slayer-esque cosplays. So I'm going to be like the the passed away sister from Demon Slayer, the butterfly girl, and then the long black hair. Probably be the green haired girl from Jujutsu Kaisen, and then like be myself in between. So like 3 days of Demon Slayer type girls. I was like, wow, that is so brilliant. Thanks, Lord. Big brain. That's true, Mira. I should send you pictures of my Mama cosplay. That one I do know for sure that I have on my phone because it happened this year. You're doing a Demon Slayer Sailor Moon mashup? Oh, should let me know what day that is. That's why, like, after this stream, I'm gonna reveal what characters I'll be, and then go from there. I found these really like sick sword, quirky. If anyone I guess maybe traveling with the sword is kind of hard, but if anyone needs like Demon Slayer swords, there's this one shop on Amazon. Yeah, yes, please do. I'm so excited. Woohoo! They have the Demon Slayer swords of like, I think all of them, and they actually glow. I was like, whoa, that's sick. Because I found like, it had like $40, but I was also looking at like other cosplay props that people had secondhand, and they were also $40 and made out of wood. And then there was more expensive ones still made out of wood. And I was like, for $40 for it not to be made out of wood? I think it's like still made out of like, I don't know if it's still made out of like metal kind of thing, but it like has, or some kind of stuff. It just glows. I was like, that's so sick. And then I looked at the reviews, and they were like, it's kind of funny because there's so many young folks with the Demon Slayer swords. There's like one Rengoku all in actual cosplay. I was like, wow. Yes, I will DM it to you. It's so good. So if anyone else needs a sword, we can all take a really cool in the evening Demon like Slayer shot. Man, a part of me like also wants to just be like photographer kind of thing, because I don't cosplay a lot anymore. But man, oh man, it would be cool to just like pose everybody and just be like, all right, everyone hold that. We're gonna tilt the lighting, and then bam, everyone turn on their swords. Oh, it was so cool. They have a photo booth thing. Amazing. Even more reasons if you're going to Reach, we're gonna have cool cosplay shenanigans. It's so fun. I don't know, cons are so fun. So excited. Woo. All right, let's get to my first slide. Where'd it go? Ba-dum. So what is cosplay? Ba-dum. Well, definition-wise, it's like the practice of just dressing up as a character from a movie, book, or video game. I put the definition is because I feel like cosplay in itself has different definitions as time has passed. But honestly, it's just dressing up as a character from any kind of medium. And that's basically it. You know, you're just costume playing a character. So it's cosplay. And then cosplay comes in all forms, from casual, alternative outfits, crossovers, crossplay, own interpretations. You can even do your own OCs. So I like this one. When you're like a group, I love group cosplayers. There's like a group with Miraculous Ladybug, and then just another marionette just dabbing. It's really funny. I made this, I don't even remember. I made this PowerPoint a few years ago, so it's just really cool. They have a 360 photo booth. Whoa. That's gonna be so cool. Stormy weather. I should have done gas too. Spider-Man meme. Hi Stormy weather, welcome in. I hope we're doing well today. We just started, so you're not late. Just in case. And I also make reference to like, if you I think a really good, now that time has passed and I learned a lot about cosplay, if you feel like I don't have the funds, I don't have the means to do like full on cosplays, I would look at the merch that the show has come out with, and just like reference, and not like just reference art of like other people drawing, but like just like art of the art books, you know, the in-between slice of life pages, because it's one of those things where like, yeah, characters have their one main fit, but there's also different moments where characters are out of their one main fit, and then merch wise, they're also just like put in like maid cafe stuff or butler stuff or casual school stuff. So a nice workaround if you feel like a cosplay is very expensive of just like a very specific design, or it's very intricate and you're like, I don't know if I want to make that. What you can do is that wigs themselves are very recognizable for characters. Especially like Genshin stuff, that if you found references of this character just being casual or in some kind of like collaboration cafe or something, that's a really good way to just kind of like still be said character and pop out as said character, but not have to pay a lot of money, kind of thing. Like for example, like Sailor Moon, like they just wear school uniforms. So you just like find a school-ish uniform for like Usagi, and like I feel like school uniforms aren't really expensive. But also they also wear in like the anime so many like regular clothes too. So that's really cool because like Sailor Moon has a lot of different fashions, female fashions. So you just found an outfit that's pretty close enough to what your Sailor Scout was wearing. And then as long as you have the wig, you're pretty set basically. So I feel like that's a really good intro to getting comfortable dressing up, but not going all out if you're not like wanting to go all out yet. And if you want to like save some money, or if you don't want to wear a big giant outfit that some characters have, but you really want to cosplay as said character, then you can do that. Or you can also take your own like interpretive direction, which I think is really cool. Some people combine cosplays together. Well, they'll be said character, but they'll put them in a different like crossover, or they design character in mind. Like for if you're really crafty and stuff, I think you could see this like, let's say you design a character, like you choose to be like, I don't know, Inuyasha or something, but you decide that you want to be Inuyasha Pokemon trainer. So you just get the wig, the ears, your color of your cosplay, like when you do like your own interpretations or crossovers, either crossovers, you can mix it with like a character that already kind of looks like them or has the same kind of vibe. If not, then you just go with color scheme. So let's say Inuyasha Pokemon trainer, and you just go with a lot of reds, maybe a little bit of black in your like base Pokemon outfit. And then you can carry around a plush or something of a dog, a dog Pokemon or something. But that's just like on the top of my head for a crossover. So you can have like a lot of liberty about it. But the nice thing is that, you know, just the base of things is just the wig. Once you like nail down the wig, you just take it from there, whatever direction you want. I remember instead of hero suits or school uniform for Deco, I ordered his kanji t-shirt and pants he wears at the mall because it's much cheaper. I don't think I ever actually did the cosplay, but I do wear the shirt casually now. Amazing. Yeah, that's true. It's so nice to just go into like, because there are a lot of panels. There are some people who get very niche. They're like, I am said character in like chapter 14 in this phase and like in this thing. And then when it gets animated, you can see the outfit. So it's really cool, and stuff like that. And especially for like superhero cosplays, they're out of, you know, you could be Clark Kent, so you just style your hair, you just wear glasses. You can wear a blue shirt under a white button up. It doesn't necessarily have to have the S on it unless you want to paint it on there, but the implication that you've got it there. Oh no, did the stream crash for everybody? Hello, it's me you're looking for. I'll give it a second, because I know when I say something, it's delayed a little bit. Why is the devil trying to stop cosplay? The audacity. We're good? Okay, I guess it just only died for Mira. No. Oh, we're still back. Welcome back, Mira. I noticed that the other day, too. I was trying to watch Sully's stream, and then, like, Twitch died. And I was like, it just froze. I was like, what is happening? Devil trying to fight the Vangeli girls. He's trying to fight a fight, and he's not gonna win. I'm just gonna tell him that. Got him. Didn't crash for me. Okay, that's good. We're still so back. But yeah, I feel like if you want to get into cosplay, focus on the wig, because wigs can depend. They can range from like, sometimes some cosplay wigs are cheap. I mean, you pay what you get, but they can do the job starting out, and then you can like raise more, like save more money for like better styled wigs. Oh, and the nice thing about cosplay conventions, or not cosplay convention, anime conventions and different conventions too, is that sometimes there will be at least 1 to 2 booths that come with really nice wigs. Like they have wigs already. That's how I was able to do like a Neo from Ruby, because I tried to dye a wig and it just didn't come out right, and it was kind of big sad. But you know, that's just the learning process. And I did use it, but it wasn't great. So I did find a Neo cosplay wig that was already brown and pink from Ruby. So I bought it at the convention. And usually I feel like they're pretty good price, because I feel like a cheap cosplay wig is about like $20, $15 to $20. And a nicer cosplay wig is about 40-ish, $30 to $40-ish dollars. And then the ones with like clip-ons and more add-ons or twin tails, they're usually like $50 to $60, which is understandable because you have like other cosplay parts attached. So I feel like they're very well priced and they're good quality. The thing about though, for long haired wigs, for those who want to do long haired wigs, cheaper wigs will tangle really fast. You breathe and they're already tangled. Even nicer wigs also have the ability to tangle. That's a little bit harder, but it is it's just very natural for the long-haired wigs to tangle for some reason. So just keeping that in mind. Sometimes I like to bobby pin the underneath of wigs so that it, like when it moves, like on the outside you won't see it move too much, but like underneath it'll like still be clipped together so they don't like tangle too much. The struggles of long-haired wigs. But for the most part, I feel like the better wig you have, the more stable and less tingly it gets, but it just depends. I've recently been finding some real neat videos of cosplay and related. Oh, it's cool, Mr. Cadzola. People do incredible cosplays. Now that time has passed, there's so many, like, you know, like back in my day, there was no Warpla or whatever it's called. I did a lot of things by hand, like hot gluing and whatnot, but now there's so many different techniques and 3D printing that's opened a whole new doors for prop makers and stuff like that. I'm like, wow, the evolution of like cosplay over the past, like, I don't know, 15 years or so, it's pretty amazing. He's vastly underestimated the power of God and anime girls. So true. Oh, you were also Ruby? I also cosplayed as Ruby. I had a friend who had the scythe, and I got to hold the scythe. It was pretty cool. And then the scythe broke. I guess I was really old. Tragic. I don't know if I ever... Oh, that's right. I did cosplay as Penny. I loved Penny. And Neo. I think that's the only... No, and Adam Taurus. I was a gender bent of Adam Taurus. My poor boy. They did him wrong. I love coming here and chilling. You're awesome. Oh, thanks, Dank Lemon. I appreciate it. I feel like I've got a gift of comfort and being chill. So it's fun. Do you have recommendations on how to curl completely straight haired synthetic wigs? I guess it would just depend because I feel like just depending on what I can't remember. Is it synthetic? It might be. There are a lot of wigs, depending on the type, because I can't remember the material, unless I put it on a slide. Some wig materials will burn under heat, but there are heat-resistant wigs. Sometimes even the cheaper side wigs can be heat-resistant. It just depends. And then, but you can style it. You just need to, like, go put the styling in it. Products are kind of wonky because, you know, our hair is like hair, and then like it's fake hair. But for the most part, as long as it's resistant to heat, you can like add what's it called? The product, and then like put the curling iron, and it should, and then like spray paint it. If you want it to be permanent curls, you could probably low key just start gluing it. There's a type of hair glue. You paid a lot for yours? I feel like maybe it'll be heat resistant, but I would definitely, if you remember the brand, you can look it up, mayhaps, because there's some brand specific wigs that are specifically heat resistant. And I feel like as time has passed, a lot of more wigs have become heat resistant. So I guess it would just depend. It's been sitting in the closet. What wig is it? I mean, that's fair. After a cosplay conventions, high-key wigs, cosplays, they all just go into the closet. All of my cosplays are in the closet. The only one that's like, well, I mean, it's still in my closet, but the only one that's like open, available is my Mau Mau cosplay. And then I'm going to order the Demon Slayer girl cosplay. And then I need to measure my suitcase because I'm like, okay, if I bring a sword, 30 inches, how big is my suitcase? It's been sitting in the closet for years. This is funny. An Okamura wig? Oh my goodness. I haven't actually used it publicly yet, but I want to curl it because it's completely straight haired. Sugoi! I'm so excited, Mira. I know that Jemmy mentioned that she had dyed a wig, so we'll be like, Jemmy-sama, teach us how to dye a wig. I never recovered from messing up dyeing a wig. As in, I never tried it again, so I don't know how to successfully execute it. But thankfully, with the era, as time has like moved, and we're in an era of like a lot of people making content creation, it's so nice that a lot of people who have done a lot of like cosplay stuff, even from like people who are just learning as well, have put out a lot of content of like how to do specific things. So that's cool. And so we're gonna go over some cosplay etiquette as well. You know, just I feel like it should be straightforward, but you know, sometimes people need some common sense. So, you know, one lifting up one another, you know, everyone is on a different cosplay journey. So we should be respectful to one another, no matter what level of cosplay we're at. You know, bottom line, cosplay literally is just about fun. You know, you are choosing to, so true, Mira, I should have a fifth one. Deodorize and shower. Lord, deodorize their spirit. If you could afford, I think it's one of those things, if you could afford going to con, bruh, you can afford $2 deodorant. $2. But yeah, bottom line is cosplay is about fun. Because honestly, that's the thing about cosplay. You really like a character. They speak to you. They're fun. Something about them. You really want to cosplay them, or you want to be part of a group with your friends and have fun. You know, like especially like, you know, Demon Slayer, for example. You all just kind of like, you know, tag yourself in a photo of like which Demon Slayer you most relate to, and you kind of like talk about, and then you have like fun photos. It's really fun to like do things in character. I feel like as time has moved forward, a lot of people get kind of snooty and have really like stuck up attitudes about cosplay because they're in it for just the money and stuff like that, and being like world famous, you know, kind of thing. But you know, that's not what cosplay is about. Cosplay is about having fun. So if anyone ever says something negative to you, just disregard it. You know, they're in a different headspace about cosplay. You're here to just have fun and have a good time, and you're just here to like represent your character, your favorite character. So don't listen to what anyone else says, you know, because there will be people who like will see you and be like, oh my gosh, you look so amazing. You'd be like, oh, thank you, you know. Those are the voices you should be listening to, because they understand like, oh, that's so cool, you know. And everyone's literally started from ground zero, so we're all on a journey. So remember, cosplay is fun. You know, when someone tries to bring in accuracy, don't listen to them. And there used to be a whole feud, I don't know if it's still going on, of like maid cosplay versus like bot cosplays, and people who, I mean, it's not like the collective, but there have been people with bad attitudes of, you know, well, I make my cosplay. I remember. It's like, well, you have a, you know, a degree of being a seamstress and stuff like that. I'm just out here with a hot glue gun. I don't know. I don't know why they feel so intimidated, or not intimidated. I don't know if that's not the right word that I'm thinking of, but like, I don't know. Nothing wrong on you if you wanted to just like buy your cosplay. It's one of those things where people who make their cosplay are usually, they put a lot of work into it, so they're going to keep wearing it because it's like really cool. But when you buy one, you kind of like, you just kind of wear it for funsies, and then like it might just remain in your closet forever. So that was a thing that was a few years ago that I noticed a lot. But it's one of those things where it's like, like I said, it's not like an overall thing. There are amazing people who make their cosplays and like have so much fun with it. And there's some people who kind of like smug about it. And it's like, all right, well, weird. I'm going to walk away now. But I feel like, you know, it's all good. It's all good. I never really had cosplay friends. Me too, Mira. There's only one moment where I did kind of like meet other people and did like my hero photo shoots at cons, but we weren't like really like deep friends or anything. It's just like, all right, we're all at the con. Let's take pictures, and then that's it. But maybe this time at Reach or any other convention that you're also going to, Mira, that I may also go to. I like skills that don't have money for all metals to make one. Metals, like metals. I think here's my little tidbit about like metals. If you're making something metallic, if you don't have the funds to make something out of metal, use aluminum foil or reflective materials, and then just have some cardboard, and then, you know, either tape or glue the reflective material on top of it. And then what you can do, like kind of art wise, you can like put a little shading. You know how like anime characters or like art has a little bit of shading, you know, it gives it the depth of a drawing. That's what you could do if you want to make anything metal, and just do that. That way it looks like it's got the depth of being something metallic, and it's shiny like something metallic. You can even like paint it with a little bit of gray paint to give it like a little bit of shading. And then boom, you've got different types of metals on your outfit, even though it's not actually made out of metallic material. Like you said, made cosplay versus bot cosplay. Like I said, robot. That's fair. You just see made cafe cosplayers versus Transformers. That's funny. I feel like if you weren't in the scene during that time, honestly, understandable how to what's it called? Get that confused. Making a cosplay is really cool. I get a lot of respect for that. I know, me too. I'm just like, wow, that's amazing. I remember this one girl, she was Cardcaptor Sakura. I was like, oh my goodness. She spent like $500 on her outfit, but I was just like, it's so beautiful. And it was so like shiny. I was just like, man, I would wear that forever. See, that's the thing about like hand making your own outfits. It's just something about it. Like you made it, and you made it the way you wanted. It fits you nicely, and then you just get to keep wearing it consistently or repetitively, you know, get your full use out of it. And it's amazing. Even like I've made my own cosplays in a lower budget, but I was still pretty proud of them. And it is cool of like, wow, you know, you just get to keep making it and re-wearing it again. I made a lot of my hero outfits. I don't have a lot of pictures of them, unfortunately. Sad. They're probably lost somewhere. To be fair, I did have a phone and just straight up died. And I didn't get to remove any of like the photos or the memory card. It's one of those things where the memory card's not a thing anymore to remove from your phone. So all of those photos lost time. That's okay. It wasn't a big deal. Well, like in the long run. Alistair, welcome in. I hope we're doing well today. Welcome. Oh, you don't have you lack the skills and don't have the money for all materials to make one. That's why it's like, if you don't have the money or the materials, you just kind of focus on the wig, honestly. You just kind of go from there. Oops, I shrunk chat. Honey, I shrunk the chat again. I bought most of my cosplay stuff, but made some pieces and painted on certain stuff. Oh yeah, it's also it's a good point, Mira. You could also buy like cosplay items and then just add to it, you know, nothing wrong with that. There's some people who buy the cosplays and then like, I don't want to say like tear them up, but like makeshift them into other materials, stuff like that. I've done that where like I bought cosplay that wasn't fit. It didn't fit right, and so instead of like, you know, reselling it or something, I basically stole the pants for that and then put it to another character. And then I think I basically rearranged like items and then like, you know, just altered them, and it worked out pretty well. And then two, obviously, cosplay is not consent. Common sense alert. But cosplay is no way an invitation to touch anyone in any way. You know, the person in character, talk to them in a derogatory sense, take out, you know, your frustration of said character. You know, don't go too far. If you hate a certain character, obviously said person is not actual said character. You know, don't harass anybody. Don't do any sexual harassment of any sort towards a cosplayer. It's kind of common sense, but it happens sometimes. So, you know, not cool, man. I feel like no one here really would have a problem about it, but it's just one of those things where, you know, still putting it out there. And then if you do notice someone or are a part of being in that situation, like someone crosses the line, always remember you can report it to local staff and security so they can remove that person. In no way is that good. So you don't never feel like, oh, well, you just laugh it off. It's whatever. No. If they do it to you, they might do it to somebody else. So if someone is like that, just remember the description. If they walk away, take a photo of them, be like, hey, and you just talk to security being like, hey, this person was here, blah, blah, blah. That way, like, they know to remove that person off the premises. That happened to a friend of mine. She was kind of being like low-key stalked in a cosplay by this older guy, but she's like 15. So like me and two other girls were like the older chaperones, kind of like an older sister with a younger sister. And so we reported it to security because at first we're like, oh, maybe we're just imagining it. But every time we kept moving somewhere, this guy was also pursuing our friend. And I was like, she's literally a minor. So he's being weird. So I don't even remember if he approached us or not. I can't remember. It happened years ago. But basically we did get security and he was kicked out. I would mention pictures too. Just go up and ask for a picture. Just don't just take pictures of them without asking. True. Thank you, Mira. That's also a very important aspect. Especially if someone like comes up to you and like you're like full on mouth deep into a burger and they're like, can I have a picture of you? And you just, your mouth is full of a burger. It's one of those things where what you can do is like, hey, we're going to also be in this area. Like if you're really wanting to take a picture of someone, like let's say they look fantastic and you have no idea if you're going to see them again anywhere else in the con, especially really bigger conventions. What you can do is like, excuse me, so-and-so, I really love your cosplay. You look fantastic. And I know that you're eating right now, but when you're done, may we have a picture with you? That's a really good way of like addressing like, hey, you look amazing, but I know that you're eating right now. And I don't want to be rude because honestly, high-key, we're all starving during anime convention. So by the time we actually eat, it's so crucial. It might be our first meal of the day. Who knows? High-key might be our first meal of the day. You know, I've gotten better about it, but we're on different stages of where we eat during anime conventions. But yeah, that's one way of approaching someone, being like, hey, we're going to also kind of be looking at food, or we're going to be resting here, but when you're done, can we take a photo? And people are very kind about it. They're like, yeah, we could definitely do that. Also, if you see someone in the vendors and artist alley, there are a lot of people who want to take photos of people, but it's a high traffic area. If you really want to take a photo of someone, notice the areas that are less empty. And like, let's say that at the end of the aisle, it's like, you know, it's the bathroom area and there's food. It's a more open area. You can be like, excuse me, I really like your cosplay. I don't want to stop you to take a photo right here. Would it be okay if like by the time you got to the end of the hall, could I take a picture of you there before you like exit into the next aisle or the room? And I'm sure like if people are already walking a certain direction, they'll be like, yeah, you know, And you'd be like, cool, I can just wait over there or something like that. Or I don't know. I feel like I don't know. It's awkward if you start walking with them. You would best probably be like, hey, I'm going to, asking them, can I take a photo of you in a more open area? Like, are you going to walk that way? And that could be like, in case like they're just going back to a specific booth and then they're going to leave. And then that way you can get an open area, take the photo, give them thank you. Always thank your cosplayer. Like Fortnite, thanking your bus driver. Thank your cosplayer. And what else? I'm trying to think. Oh, yeah. Also, don't just take pictures of people from far away because you're too nervous to ask, or you're just like, you don't want to bother, or you're just like, that's good enough. It's one of those things where cosplayers also do a lot of, work or even confidence to put on a character. So like you should at least put a little bit more oomph and confidence of asking like, hey, can I have a photo of you? And then getting an actual really good photo, not like, 50 feet away while they're looking scrunchy and eating a burger, There was one guy that asked for a picture of my Neptunia cosplay, and I said yes, and he kept trying to take pictures of weird angles, so that was a bit uncomfy, so it didn't stay long. Yeah, if someone takes a picture of you in a weird way, you could be like, sorry, I need to go, or like, that's enough photos, or stuff like that. It's kind of hard because there are moments where you just don't want to vocalize that or like make it aware that you're uncomfortable, but sometimes, you know what, you don't need to concave your feelings for some person, some stranger you don't even know and will never see again. So if they're kind of weird, you just be like, sorry, I don't like the angles you're doing and I need to go. And then you could just leave. I feel so embarrassed. I asked for 2 Genshin cosplayers to take picture together with me, and we did it in front of a booth, and I didn't realize I was maybe a little rude. I don't know. I mean, it's not like, it's one of those things where there are cosplay, what's it called, alleys that have a little bit more space, but so it's not necessarily like completely rude. But I think as time has passed, there's so many more people coming to anime conventions. So now areas that kind of felt like, I think for like the last time in Japan that I went to 2 years ago, since they moved into a bigger room, it was actually pretty easy to stop cosplayers in the artist to vendors alley because there was so much space we could walk between booths. And then people just kind of like step to the side and then like we take picture. But these are more of like, now that anime conventions either stay in small spaces and increase in people coming, now they become very high traffic areas. So if you feel like it's very high traffic-y, like literally like there's nowhere to stand, then that's one where you can be like, excuse me, can I pull you to the side or something, and whatnot. But just gotta make sure we don't block people's lines for business and then like just the giant road of people. That's okay. It's all a learning experience, Old Man Dan and Jonathan, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. I feel like cosplayer needs a guard friend. So true. Old Man Dan has been the guard friend. You have done a good service. We do need a homie to be like, all right, man. There have been that reminds me, I have met people that are like, I am cinnamon roll security. Usually there's the group of friends that either in cosplay as other people or other cosplay, and they're like surrounding the cinnamon roll character like Deku or like Miku, and it's like, we are the cinnamon roll protection squad. That happened a lot at some anime conventions. I thought it was really funny and wholesome. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm having fun, talking about my cosplay knowledge. I made this cosplay PowerPoint a long time ago, so it's really cool to bring it out and just kind of like share it with everybody. All right, man, you're acting like an unhinged otaku. Move along. Do you have an appointment to see Hatsune Miku? I didn't think so. Move along, sir. That's how it just kind of goes. Funny. Which leads to point number 3. People are not actually those characters. Some people can get very unhinged about like said characters, but never like, even though people can be in character, they are never said character. You know, so there's things that people like, let's say a character did something kind of like derogatory or something, or I don't know, something, and they're like, you know, treating them like as if they are that person. It's just like, no, you're a fictional character. You may just like who they are. High key, some people also just dress up as characters because they're the Hisoka Ripperoni. Yeah, they may dress as Hisoka because they think he's really cool and whatnot, but they might not obviously be Hisoka. Like I was saying, like there are people who see characters and they're like, wow, they're so cool, I want to dress as said person, and have never watched the anime nor have like been involved in the light novels or stuff. They're just people out there also in the cosplay world. It's not like a bad thing or anything like that, but it's just something to be aware of if you're like all about a person's character all of a sudden in front of them, and like they might not know what you're talking about. Those are the rare chances that will happen. But also, don't be weird. Bottom line, don't be weird. Because, you know, people are just people dressing up as costumes, you know, kind of thing. So it's important. What? People dressing up as fictional characters aren't the fictional characters? What? VTubers actually have hands? Yeah, that's just how it goes. Oh no, John. Well, thank you for being here. I would just say in the meantime, while you're off of media, just to spend this time in prayer, just asking God for guidance in these uncertainty of times, even though like, or maybe just reading scripture that's, you know, prophesies how the world is like right now, you know, just things falling into place, and, you know, just praying that God makes the way for you to return, or you can just be doing something else in this time as well, whatever that may be. But I hope you take care out there, though. Thanks for letting me know. I would dread going to Afkai as cosplay of Kuro, as in from Free Shoujo. Crazy. You are not said VTuber? Well, for me, I have a really bad memory, so I don't want people treating me like I'm dumb because I don't remember certain things. I totally get that, Mira. About the anime, the characters from, or even the character. I feel like a lot of people like to test your knowledge and whatnot with anime. Those people need to not. If they want to go test anime knowledge, go to a panel about said anime knowledge, you know. You mean Kuro of Independent? You were so right. Man, you were so right, Dant. You so right, John. Just go to Irium. There's the one outlet, and then everyone will move to Irium. Well, not everyone. I'm not saying like we're gonna have a massive wave, but like once they open it to all people, more people will be on Irium. That's what I was meant to say. And then there's the VODs too, as well. Yeah, I get that, Mira. I also, like, I'm not very involved in, like, if I like a character, I might not have watched, like, all said things, you know, and whatnot. Like, if I cosplay the girl with the glasses, I already forgot her own name, but I think she's cool. So if anyone, like, says things about it, I'm just, like, over my head, you know. I'm not here to be, like, cosplay knowledge guru. I'm just here to dress up as that character and have a cool time. But yeah, just respecting people. You know, if you feel like a conversation, this has happened before to me, and that's just, you know, people lack of social awareness or social etiquette or social skills. That's the word. If someone kind of holds you for a long time, you know, because some people will ask for your photo and then they'll ask you stuff and then they'll want to talk to you. But then you might feel like you're there for a long time. You know, it's also just one thing, like when you take a picture of someone, you only ask them to take a picture. So you kind of like to say something like afterwards, isn't like, oh my goodness, it's taboo. Why would you say anything more than a photo? But, it's one of those things where just be respectful of people's times too. But also, like, don't hold them hostage. And if you are in a situation where you feel like you're being like held hostage and you want to be like, what's it called? You know, not rude or something. What you can do is just kind of like look at your phone and be like, basically like you have to be somewhere else. Or like, you know, it's like, thank you. I don't know. I just kind of like winding down the thing where it's like if they say something, you say your thing and then you tack on. You'd be like, well, thank you for your time, or I don't know. I'm trying to think like, what have I done? My get out of a conversation card. I have to go and meet up with a friend. Very good waffles. Everyone take note. Basically that. You just kind of steer the conversation back to you and be like, well, I have to go. I hope you have a nice con. And then you just leave. And then they'll be like, oh, okay. Have a good one. Sometimes you just gotta end conversations if people feel like you're hostage about it. And then, you know, I feel like the one that ties the ribbon on the bow of all these things is just treat people with respect. You know, we're just cosplayers. At the end of the day, we're just people. And cosplay, even though we look really cool, it's so much work. So please be nice to people, no matter what level they are at cosplay. It is an effort, especially when you get up early before anyone else rises to use the bathroom and use not just use the bathroom, but like use the space that everyone's gonna use later. So I remember waking up at 7 a.m. just to do like my makeup and put on my costume and everything, to use the space that everyone's going to use when they wake up, and then just be ready to go. Because like everyone else who's not in cosplay, it's just gonna be an easy kind of morning for them. They just wear whatever and, you know, shower, brush the teeth, and they're ready to go. But you, with your big outfits or smaller outfits, or what kind of outfits, you know, you gotta use the social space before everyone else starts using it. So we're up early. Welcome back, Corky. All cosplay is amazing and all of it's done with love. So true, Corky. Say it louder for the people in the back. Love your neighbors as yourself. Also true, Mr. Cadzola. You know, people are... Also, it's one of those things where... Tony's Bible logic and Christians. It's one of those things where... I don't know. It should just be common sense that we should just be treating people with respect. It's one of those things that even if people... it's one of those things where it takes confidence to wear cosplay. That's why I feel like that's why I was saying earlier, if anyone like ever tries to bunk you down for accuracy on your costume when you're like, you know, you're just trying it, you're new, and stuff like that, like don't take that to heart. Don't listen to those folks. You know, I don't know, they're in the wrong mindset about cosplay, kind of thing. So it's just like, no. But have fun with it, you know, because you have walked out of your own comfort zone to leave being an attendee that doesn't cosplay to be an attendee that does cosplay, which means that people will be looking at you, people will be addressing your outfit, people will be asking you for photos. I remember the first time I cosplayed, someone stopped me for a photo, and I was just like, sure. I remember it. There was this young girl. Well, I was also young too. I think we were basically. She might have been like maybe 2 years younger than me, and she asked for me for a photo. I don't know what cosplay I was in, but I remember she was She was dressed as Harumi Suzumiya. As you can, that's how you know it's back in the day. It's Harumi Suzumiya. Even though you do see Haruhi still nowadays, I feel like you had to be there to know this character name kind of thing now, but. You know, it does take a lot of confidence. So just be nice to people who cosplay, you know. It takes a lot of work. It took money. It takes effort. Also, day of to consistently keep yourself together. And it takes confidence. Even those who are just in casual cosplay, people will still notice you and want to take photos. And that can take a lot of confidence, a lot of effort. So be kind to just people in general. I'll be your cosplay hype man. I can just imagine Corky like the Aqua from Oshinoko, where the light sticks just being like, poo, 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 poo. I don't care if you make it, buy it, thrift it. You are amazing. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of people you want to surround yourself with. Facts. That's true. Sometimes, once in a blue moon, you might find a cosplay at like a Goodwill or a thrift store. I remember finding a free jacket at a Goodwill. I was like, what? So that was fun. And then I put that, I didn't use it anymore, so I put it in for my prizes for my anime bingo. True, Halloween. You can also use it. Halloween. You find more during Halloween now? Oh man, I gotta start hitting my thrift shops. I did remember watching a video where this girl found a full-on Naruto cosplay that was like really good condition or like good quality. So I'm like, that's cool. And then, oh, I forgot. It's one of those things where I forgot what I kind of remember what I put on my slides, but at the same time, I'm like, whoa. This is a quote from a cosplayer. Cosplay is not a contest of who can be the best of a certain character. Cosplay is a collaboration on those who have the most fun celebrating that character. So I'm like, woohoo. Went to a church thrift store the other day on a whim. They got some fantastic stuff for dirt cheap there. Oh, that's cool. I love that. My church has it doesn't have a thrift store, but it has a store, and all funds that go to that store they're all funds that get used for like mission trips. So I'm like, that's cool. Hi Zoro, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Cons are public. Reach will have a lot of Christian content creators and stuff, but you don't necessarily have to be Christian to go. Obviously, us in secular, we go to secular anime conventions. And then here's our how to get started on a budget. Oh, these are from Anime Fest. They're from the website. I don't know if these are still the same photos. Look at that. I remember I have seen this Ryuk in person. I think I might have been at the Anime Fest during that time. I think they were wearing stilts or something. I can't remember. But it was amazing. I was like, whoa. Sugoi. It's like when we were doing the tablet tour and we saw a FNAF cosplayer and he did like his cosplay in a month. I was like, wow, people have gotten faster. My church is too small for a store, but it's cool it goes to missions, right? I felt like I did a lot of my tithing there. Yeah, Anime Fest. I've been to Anime Fest a few times. I can't remember how many times, but I've been here. I've paneled here. So I remember seeing that Ryuk, and I vaguely feel like I might have seen that cosplayer for Pokemon. That's also a big thing. You can cosplay as Pokemon and have a lot of artistic interpretation with it. Because basically when you cosplay Pokemon, one, you just choose a color for your wig. And you can make props like this girl in the bottom right. She's got like, I'm not really good at Pokemon names. So she's got like the skull of the Pokemon and it lights up. So that's cool. But she's got the color scheme of said Pokemon and her wig is white because the main feature on the Pokemon is white. So it's just kind of cool. Pokemons are very cool interpretations that you can have. And you'll see a picture of, well, I designed the Pokemon. I don't have the picture where I was at the end result, but I was basically a ninja and I made a giant Starmie out of cardboard. It was so cool. I wasn't just the Starmie. Like the Starmie was also my item and I dressed up with themes of the same color, you know? You've been twice. I wonder if we're at the same Anime Fest, Mira. That'd been so cool. Budget cosplay. I wear jeans, plaid shirt, and wear a cap. Boom. Generic redneck outfit. It depends, because like sometimes, like I remember this guy in my anime club in like high school. He was just blonde with long hair, and he was just wearing a red, like long sleeve, like Oriental kind of shirt. It was kind of baggy. It was kind of long, and he was just wearing like black pants. That's basically it. Like he wasn't any character. Oops, I think I also left my phone out. I'll have to go grab that in a second. I thought I was here on my table. But everyone thought he was Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. They're like, wow, you have such a great Edward outfit. Even though he didn't have like full on jacket and stuff, he just was wearing long sleeves, red. It was kind of long on him. He's wearing black pants, and he had blonde hair. And so he was like, "Yeah, I'm Edward from Full Metal Alchemist." You know, he just wants to start to roll with that, because he didn't want to be like, "No, I'm not." You know, so he was just like, "Oh, thanks." You know, he's like, "But I'm not Edward Elric." And then at midday, he was just like, "I'm Edward Elric." So, you know, sometimes even casual outfits, you'll get mistaken for anime characters, which is kind of funny. I've been to Anime Detour since pre-COVID. Dang. Are you going to go after now? It's always weird to say post-COVID. I could just wear my civilian clothes and claim I'm a zombie pre-bite. Or werewolf on nights with no full moon. That's a good point, Mr. Cadzola. You can have a lot of creative liberties with your own, like, you know, interpretations of things. There are some people that are just like, I'm a background character, and they have a button that says background character. But yeah, so budgeting. So the first thing to start, hold on, let me go grab my phone really quick. I'll just BRB for like all right, we're still back. I just want to make sure I have my phone in case Vice needs to reach me or if anyone else needs to reach me. Also, Mr. Waffles, I see your cosplay idea. I mean, maybe you may never will, but there are people who have done crazy special effects and have been like, you know, they've made suits to look like Godzilla, so it's not impossible. Save the world, she burped us. That's funny. Oh, King Julian, welcome in. We're doing well today. You've made it to the budget part, our introduction. So I feel like when you want to start a cosplay, you're just like, all right, well, where do you start? Honestly, you just kind of choose a character or a concept. You know, because maybe you're like, maybe you want to be like a Pokemon or something, you know, like, or you want to be like something else, you know. But, you know, think back to a character you admired or inspired you, you know, someone that has like, you know, you have a strong connection to said character. Maybe they got you through hard times. Or maybe it's someone like you know, like you're like, wow, they look so cool. I want to be this character, you know, like when you're watching One Piece, you're like, wow, Zoro's so sick. He's got 3 swords. I want to walk around with 3 swords. Whatever your reason may be, you just kind of choose the character. So if you're like, I want to cosplay, but you're like, who? I feel like having those kind of thought processes could be pretty helpful, because then you'll feel more excited instead of kind of like choosing a random cosplay and then like jumping into it. It's not like, and especially if you have no like connection with said character, you're like, well, I mean, it's like, this is what the times are cosplaying. It's kind of like if you decided to cosplay as Honkai Star Rail or Genshin because everyone is cosplaying it, but you've never played Genshin or anything. So you're just like, you could kind of feel like, well, maybe you're cosplaying, but it's like, it's nothing to you. So it's just like, you know, pick something that you would like, because then it gives you momentum to keep progressing in your projects and just kind of like feel better about said character. You're just having a moment to chill. Oh, I'm glad you can have a moment to chill. Donut Man, the easiest cosplay, and is a character I have fond memories of him. Let's go, Mr. Waffles. Now we're cooking donuts. That's cool. Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I feel like asking yourself these questions can kind of help you find a character that you would be like, yeah. And the nice thing is, like, if you feel a certain, like, excitement for your own characters and stuff, it's like, oh, people will see it and they'll be like, oh my gosh, it's Donut Man, you know? And so it's really nice. That's how you can get into cool conversations with people, and stuff like that. So it's like, wow, yeah, I didn't know you know Donut Man. And then people take fun pictures, and it's just a nice time. Hi, Loy. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. We're talking about cosplay. Ooh, excuse me. And then, so once you've chosen one, so like, all right, Mr. Waffles has chosen Donut Man. Your cosplay is Tony Signmaker? Wow. I'm not 100% sure who that is, but I'll look it up. But, you know, that's step one. Figuring out who in the world are you even going to be if you want to cosplay. You're super happy today? I'm glad, Aloy. I'm glad to hear so. Donut Man is an 80s, 90s Christian show. I remember you put in Discord and then someone else was like, oh, Donut Man. And I think someone, third person, also jumped in about Donut Man. I can't remember if multiple. So it'll be cool. It'll be like, oh my gosh. You want to cosplay the toy maker of Doctor Who? I forgot what toy maker even looks like. I have watched Doctor Who before. That was the Tennant era. I really like David Tennant. The doctor before him, the doctor, what is it, Matt Smith? He was cool too. And then the old man too. The older reboot. Is there a reboot of Doctor Who? I just know, like, there's just been, like, so many doctors. Tony does TikTok acts for his neon signs, but he kicks off with, anyways. Oh, that's interesting. That sounds like fun. Tennant era had a good run. Yeah, Smug Bug. He was my favorite doctor. I cosplayed him as a gender bend one time, but people thought I was either Go-Go Gadget, which is understandable. Go-Go Gadget. Time warp. The new actor do the character. I didn't realize there's a reboot. I've been after like Matt Smith. Even though I didn't watch Matt Smith, that's why I'm like, that was part of the David Tennant era. I just wasn't sure where to like watch Doctor Who. They had took them down from websites and they were like, we'll put it on their own website, and then kind of never did. Oh, the Van Gogh scene. I really like that one. I remember watching the clip on YouTube and I was like, oh, this is so sad. Man. They restarted in 2009. 2009? I mean, I guess 2009 was kind of back then. Oh, the reboot is what you're talking about. Okay, I didn't realize. I guess because I haven't watched previous Doctors, but that makes sense because a lot of people that I've spoken to have watched from the Ninth Doctor, but no one ever says anything about the Doctors beforehand. So those were a lot. Chris Eccleston. Yeah, that's the guy. I always forget the Ninth Doctor's name. He was a good doctor, though. Crazy. I learned some Doctor Who lore today. Timey-wimey and all that jazz. So, choosing a character. Let's see, what was this part? So, like the art, or I guess like art, you have to break it down. So, like when you're drawing a picture, your picture is made out of shapes, and said shapes come together to create said picture. So you want to like grab references of said character and start breaking down the design. And so I put Komi-san from Komi-san Can't Communicate on this slide because it's kind of like an easy breakdown, but other characters can still be kind of complicated. But I feel like breaking things down kind of help you, especially if you're going to make the cosplay yourself. So you can kind of look at your pieces and see like, okay, what can you thrift? What can you make? What can you alter? It's also fine to buy your cosplay online. So if you have a character in mind, just kind of start measuring your like, you know, your chest, your waist and stuff like that. Convert it into centimeters as well. That way you know like what size you are. Etsy is also a good place. A lot of people who have like experiences in seamstress scene and stuff. Of course, it's gonna cost more. But if you really like a character and you want to consistently cosplay them over and over again, that's a really good alternative. But you can also just kind of like buy them online at different cosplay shops. Oh, and then for cosplay shops, I would look up if said brands are good. There are a lot of people who get their cosplays from like Doki Doki Cosplay and stuff like that. But just doing your research to see like, does it actually like true to size? Is it only up to like Asian sizing? Is it real or not? I was trying to look up some K-pop Demon Slayer ones, and I saw like one pop up in my feed, and then someone was saying like, you know, this website's a scam and stuff like that. It's very bad. And so you want to do your research. Always do your research about companies before you buy into them. Watch some YouTube videos of people who review bought cosplays. Like for example, I'm gonna buy the Demon Slayer girl cosplay on Amazon, and what I do is I look through the reviews, I make sure I look through photos, I see people in similar sizes, or if someone's wearing the said item that I want, like the wig that I'm gonna buy, someone posted a picture of it looks really great, the butterflies look really good, and the cosplay itself, the reviews were like, yeah, it's like, you know, true to size, in American sizing. So I'm like, that's great. And then the cool sword, there's plenty of videos. I love when the reviews have videos, because then you can actually see the product in like motion. And so that's a good way to also do some further research. And like sometimes if they're like, you know, 99% of them have good reviews and there's like the 1% like this showed up broken, don't let that deter you. If like everything else seems pretty good, then it's like sometimes, you know, one-off things happen with online orders, but you can always be repaired. But if everyone else has a majority good review, then it's probably like pretty legit. I'm pretty sure I tried watching the first ever Doctor Who season a long time ago and then never watched any again. That's fair. And all of the lost media for all of the other ones. Trivia moment. David married the daughter of one of the original series doctors. What? His outfit has a callback to his father-in-law. That's crazy. Cool lore. Imagine I do go to ever a Doctor Who trivia and then they ask that very specific thing. You have a list of cosplay sites you use? Oh, Corky, can you share those sites with me? Doesn't have to be right now, but I'm trying to find some cosplays. Gotta go eat dinner. Go have a yummy meal, Mira. Thank you for good work. I appreciate it. Thank you, Cookie. Now that time has also passed, there's a lot of websites. That's why it's good to do your research, because I'm overwhelmed. So many things you can buy cosplays from. Also, an important thing is patience, especially when you are making said cosplay. Also, trusting the process. It could be very frightening of like, this doesn't look the way that it should, you know. It's okay. I spend too much time looking at the cosplay sites. You know, Corky, that's okay. Because you spent the time. You now are a reliable resource of like, oh, I got you. Because you already investigated. You already invested. Trust the process. I know, sometimes it's hard. And then I'm like, does this look right? That's how I felt when I was making the Adam Torres jacket. I was like, I don't know, man. But then by the end, I was like, oh, this is sick. Woo! It was cool. And then, did I say something about hair? Oh, I missed that in my slide. When you break down a character, also, can you use your natural hair? I know Komi's hair is purple in some lighting, but it also can be black in a lot of the lighting. And also, it's just kind of it's just black in the manga. So, like, by hair, I mean if it's brown hair on the character and you have brown hair, then you just need to style it. Or do you want to dye and wash your hair? There's temporary dyes and sprays. With sprays, on a cosplay or like not on cosplay hair, you just want to do your research for specific hairsprays of color, because sometimes they could be like really great and they'll look great, but if you sweat too much or something, you might end up grabbing your hair or like moving something in your face, and it might stain your face, or you know, it might just get messy. So not like super messy, but like also it's one of those things where at a convention you're going to be at a place that you're gonna be like touching merch and like stuff like that, or touching your face. So you know, you just want to be kind of conscious about that and stuff. And also, Omoratu, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome to Cosplay 101. Hooked to hooking a soundboard for the speakers. Exterminate, doctor. It'd be pretty cool. And then I think I already covered that. Oh, if you ever do want to do cosplay competitions for like, because when you do cosplay competitions, the requirements is that you make the outfit. So if you're making an outfit, even if you feel like, you know, this is just your intro, you're kind of new to it, you know, it's still a good experience. If you do actually want to move into a cosplay competition, usually for the majority of cosplays across the board, I don't know if they've changed by now, but I've done a lot of cosplay contests and it's so cool. I had a lot of low budget cosplays. I did win a cosplay contest at a mall with my like makeshift casual Sailor Mars. They really liked my performance, you know, so that was really cool. I want to do a contest one day. That'd be so cool, Corky. Do I speak Spanish? Sí hablo en español también. Solo que no hablo mucho porque nadie más habla en español. Pero si quieres hablar en español en la chat, sí puedo. ¡Ey! Solo no hablo en español mucho porque muchos no entienden y están preguntando por subtítulos. ¿Estás aprendiendo inglés? Pues para mirando a la gente que está hablando en inglés, se ayuda mucho. Yeah, I gotta learn to sew. Man, I have a sewing machine. I haven't used it though. It's one of those things where I did a lot of sewing in high school, but it's one of those things where if you don't practice, the skill kind of dies. So, Amazing 0 days. ¿Puedo entender inglés? Ah, ok, qué bueno. Si no, todos van a estar, ¿por qué está hablando en español? That's funny. One day I'll have like a robot that has like a subtitle thing. So when I speak in Spanish, it's like, there's your subtitles. And then if you do choose a dye, just to go back to hair really quick, make sure that the hair dye is something that you can wash out. There's dyes that work well that can just wash out of your hair after like a week or so, versus like dyeing your hair, which will take more time, or bleaching your hair and stuff like that. So just a tidbit though, those for darker hair, if you do go for the paints that are temporary, sometimes it might be a little hard because our hair is darker. But it's not that big of a deal if you go out in the sunlight and take photos. Because even though in like dim lighting, you might not see too much of the set color that you put in your hair. Once you take photos in the sunlight or with better lighting, you can see the color of what you have applied to your hair. So that's pretty cool. My cosplayer, I haven't done a lot of cosplay lately, but I used to do a lot of cosplay in college and high school. So I started going to anime conventions, and so I really liked the aspect of dressing up, and so that was cool. And then I did cosplay competitions, so that was cool. The cosplay competitions help you boost your confidence, that's for sure. It was amazing and so much fun. Let me also, I forgot if I told Vice that I'm going to stream today, so I should let him know. Do-do-do. Last week I went to San Diego Comic-Con. I saw a lot of cosplayers there. I've never been to any Comic-Con. I always hear great things about it. A friend of mine asked me, like, are you going? I was like, no. I don't have the funds to do that. I'm saving my funds to go to Reach. You can use Kool-Aid. It's cheap dye. I mean, you're not wrong. How did I learn Spanish? It's because my mom is from Monterrey. So I just naturally learned Spanish from her. My dad's just from Michigan. From some kind of Spanish background. But yeah. That's basically it. So choosing your character, doing the breakdown. I feel like breaking down said character can help you feel kind of better about your character. And so this is what I did. I did a female Bakugo, and I'm going to show you the breakdown that I did. So my breakdown was that the flame head accessory, what I did for it is that I got cardboard. I cut it up in the shape. I didn't have to do it to a specific T. I just basically made like said shape, cardboarded it, and I hot glued some clips to it from like just some things that had a clip, and I broke it off of like a ribbon or something, and then I just like used it as the hot glue, and then I just painted those. And so, you know, cardboard, paint, clips, hot with a little bit of hot glue, bam, I had the back stuff. Or you can go styrofoam too, like, you know, styrofoam. It might not hold up really well, but if you decide to change the sizing, let's say you don't really want them big and dramatic, you can just make them smaller. You've got a local con you're trying to go each year. Ooh, local cons are so nice. I don't specifically have one local, but there are close enough ones that I'm like, travel time. Construction paper, that's true, you could. If you wanted to put multiple, like if you wanted like volume, what you could do is like you can like glue multiple pieces of paper, of construction paper, already to each other. And then once it's kind of like thick, not too thick, because then it's hard to cut, you could just go, and then if you needed more, you just take that same shape and then go, and then glue more pieces onto it if need be. But it just depends what kind of material that you want to use. And then for the mask, you can do makeup. Some people decide not to do the mask, just easier. Some people have done like black makeup, like stage makeup. I remember, oh my gosh, this one time we were outside for a convention. Well, not like the convention was outside, but the photography was outside during the summer. And there was a Bakugo cosplayer who had like stage makeup around his face, but because he was sweating so much, the black of his makeup was starting to go down his face. So everyone was like, oh my gosh, anyone have wipes? The craziness of cosplay makeup sometimes. Have you ever been in San Diego? Only in passing. I don't live in California, so California conventions are super far away from me. I have been to Anime Expo. I felt like that was a con I only went to go shop. Which is kind of crazy, because I felt like there's so much hype about it, but it kind of feels like it's the mainstream anime convention that people go to, and it's got like all the releases, like a Nintendo stream kind of thing. Yeah, I got Latin blood, but I live in the US. No, I know. During the photos, I don't remember if he's like, I need a moment, or if we just kind of noticed or something, but we're like, oh my gosh, his makeup, somebody have tissues. But we were just all trying to fix this guy's makeup. Because now it's going to drip all over his face. So I think what ended up happening was that someone blotted out with like napkins or makeup remover or something. Because it was stage makeup, not necessarily makeup. So they blended it. So it was kind of like, had like a smeared upper face. So, you know, if you're going to be Bakugo, might as well just not do the mask. You want to go to Expo for Love and Deep Space and Twisted Wonderland? Oh, did Anime Expo already happen? Or is that next year's theme for Anime Expo? She is a southern gal. See. Vasa Hapon. I mean, that's a good place to live. If you adjust. and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know if they come to the con or do stuff each year. Maybe. I remember Emma Richu, she's a very big Love and Deep Space gal. It's so funny because I watched Spilled Ink with Didas. And she just goes off about it. It's so funny. But she did like a whole thing where she handed out like stickers at the event and whatnot. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So I know Twisted Wonderland, I don't know. I feel like they also did something at a different convention. But I don't remember which one. I don't know if it was also just Expo. They're big companies, so they like to go to big cons. So hopefully that happens. I imagine like Lads will still exist for the next year in Twisted Wonderland, so they might do a thing all over again. Let's see. Arm pieces. Honestly, what you can do, you can ditch the grenades. If you don't want to make them, if you don't want to purchase them, ditch the grenades. He walks around without them too, so you can just do that as well. Armor pieces, cardboard, and silver paint. That's what I did basically for these guys right here, and this and this. And this one I was very proud of. I'm so sad I don't have a photo of it anymore, but I basically made this piece, his neck piece, very well out of a shoebox cardboard. It was incredible. I was like, wow, it all came together. Trust the process. And I felt so cool. And it did withstand on my neck. And it was pretty easy to like pop on and off. So I was like, wow, all I did was use cardboard, shoebox, and then like put it in the shape. And then I made it. And then I measured my neck and all those things. And then it fit. And then I painted it metal. And then I like maybe painted black or just Sharpied. I honestly think I just Sharpied the holes. Maybe I added a different fabric. I don't remember. That was like, wow, I cooked. I want to do foam mask if I do King Explosion Murder. True, that's a good point. I feel like I did that with Kirishima, actually. Now that you've unlocked this memory. That's what I did. I basically grabbed a sleeping mask to grab the wire from it. But before I cut off the wires from it and glued it onto the styrofoam for Kirishima's mask, I like used the base of like where your eyes are, and then I used a Hot Cheerios, not Hot Cheerios, a Cheerio box. Imagine the spicy Cheerios, Honey Nut Cheerios box. And then go and like outlined how I wanted to look, and then I cut out the shape. The thing about cereal boxes is they're very flexible and thin cardboard material, so it was easy to wrap around my face. Because if it's too thick, you can still press down on cardboard to make it softer, if that makes sense. I did a lot of cardboard stuff, so for me, it makes sense. And then I put styrofoam on top of said cardboard, and then ta-da! And then I cut the straps from a face mask, like those night sleepy masks, and I attached that string onto the back of the mask, because this is already a thing that already, like a sleeping mask already has to go around your head, so it already has that width that has to go around your head string wise. And all I did was snip it from the sleepy mask, and there we go. It was pretty cool. I was very proud of that mask. I was also very proud of the neck piece for Bakugo. Let's see. The shirt was pretty easy. All I did was have a long black sleeve shirt that was, even if it's not V-shaped, you can cut it. And so all I did was cut it, and then the trick is, because I use hot glue instead of sewing, is that when you cut the fabric, there's like the loose strings and stuff. And oh, hi Zafrid, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, we're in the nitty gritty breakdown. So what I did was, when I cut the fabric, it has the loose strings and stuff. But what you do is that you gently hot glue those like loose wires or the cut marks inward that no one sees. That way it looks clean on the outside, and obviously no one's gonna like peek into your sleeve. So that was very helpful. So I was basically able to make the shirt And then I just had red ribbon. So instead of it being orange, I had it kind of like a red instead, because I've seen more red aesthetics Bakugos instead of orange. And so I think I also made the headpieces red to match the ribbon. No one's gonna be like, wow, your thing's not orange. What else? Yeah, when I cut off the long sleeves, I just used them for the sleeves. Then I bought some gloves, painted them green. What else? For the pants, changed it to a black shirt. I don't remember what I meant for when I said that. Oh, I think I just wore black jeans. That was basically it. I just wore black jeans and black shoes. That was basically it. And then I just went without the gauntlets. I did try to get gauntlets. I did commission one girl. I don't have them anymore. I gave them up because I wasn't. Oh, thank you, Mr. Waffles. You're so right. I should hydrate. I've been dehydrating today. Lift up my giant water bottle. Thank you. And then from there, I just had like, what I did was that I end up tying the ribbon, or did I glue the ribbon to my pants? No, I don't think I did because I wore black pants. I basically made a makeshift belt out of the leftover ribbon, and then I ended up painting, I think, did I? What did I do? I'm trying to remember. I think I painted some kind of thing green, and then I made these boxes out of construction of like, I painted tiny cereal boxes, like the cardboard boxes, you know, tiny little cereal boxes, tiny ones. That's what I painted. It's pretty cool. They couldn't hold a lot, but they were pretty sturdy for the most part. And so there we go. For the most part, I was able to just do Bakugo with not that much stuff. The one you get in hotels, I think they kind of give you circly ones now, but basically, yeah, those kind of little tiny freebie ones. That was basically what I made those out of. And I used a bigger box. I don't even remember. It might have been like for granola bars or something. And then this part, like I said, I just made them also out of cardboard, painted them, and then like locked them into here. I think with some ribbon, honestly. I can't remember. And that's how I made Bakugo. So that's my example. You can also just buy his outfit on Amazon. Oh yeah! So these are some outfits I actually made. So these are the breakdowns that I went through. You know, I did had a raggedy white sheet. That's why I was like, oh, I could be feminine ghost deku. And so that's what I did. I ended up just trimming the edges. I had this like janky white sheet. I made sure that I made this part first. Because if I didn't like where, like let's say I cut all of this first, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, where I end up making the hole is not the best place. So I can still like move it around. So I made this part first. I made sure like, okay, this is where I'm gonna put my head. And then I secured it with like a safety pin. I made sure to test it like over my head to make sure like it fits. Oh, AMC, welcome. Welcome to the land of Crescimento with Strive and Grow. Welcome to the land of hope. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm just breaking down Ghost Deku right now. So I made sure I had this down first. And then once I did that, I just kind of like haphazardly just kind of like, there's really no rhythm to it. I just needed it to look like this. And then the patches were all just like from clothing. They weren't to a T, the specific colors. So I'm just like, okay, well, I just had some leftover clothes that I think I did end up having just these leftover patches of specific patterns. And so I think I had one that looked exactly like this. And then I had similar colors. Oh, this one was fun. I did like making this thing about like the All Might. That was really fun. I think I only bought like this color of like a little a little fabric, and then I made a tiny almite, so that was really fun. And then I just like hot glued them. Like after I pinned this down, I trimmed this. Well, it doesn't really have to be in that. Once this is like this, I could have done this next. I can't remember the process, but I ended up like putting these patches and stuff like that. I'm heading out to sleep. Hope everyone has a pleasant time. Bye, Mr. Waffles. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're doing well today. And AMC, that's cool. It's almost your birthday. Also want to address that I do have rules and stuff in place, so you know, it's one of those things where I don't want anyone to feel like parasocial. I'm not here to supply things in your life. I am here to bring some hope, especially during Bible studies, but I just want to address that, you know, to make sure you understand the room and the rules of the stream too. Let's see. Oh, and then I actually bought this hat. It all started coming into place where this hat I had from a witch cosplay. Or not even like a witch cosplay, it's just Halloween and I got this little hat. I don't know if I bought it or if it was gifted to me. It might have been gifted to me, honestly. Oh, maybe my mom gave it to me because she likes to buy me things. And she's like, this was cute. Here you go. So it might have been that way. So it's kind of funny how this all came together actually really well because I had this hat that looks similar to this hat. I had a raggedy white sheet that I just probably had from some leftover event. And then I had these patches, and so I did that. And then I just made the bow tie out of fabric. And then I just had a, like, pumpkin. I don't think I made it into All Might. I just had a pumpkin. I think I meant to make it into All Might, but I was like, nah. I think I ran out of time. So I was like, oh, I'm going to make this in tie for a cosplay convention. So I did do that. And then other people were also like my hero themed when my hero still, not gonna say like it's not big anymore because it still has got, I think it's like out with this latest series, but you know, and there's a lot of hype for my hero. And then let's see, so that was pretty good. All I did was Sharpie this in, hot glue these, hot glue that. I just made a tiny pumpkin, hot glue that, and then all I did was wear like a long sleeve underneath, and then I wore like these khaki pants. I was like, man, I don't like khaki pants. So I also just wore like also a brown skirt as a replacement as well. And then what else? I wore black socks. I don't think I actually worried too much about the shoes. Oh, no, that's right. I did have shoes that kind of look like Midoriya's shoes. I'm kind of sad. Like, I don't think about those shoes anymore, but when the time did come, this bottom part was falling off. It's tragic. But I have ones in black now, so it's not that bad. But they were cool shoes. But they basically look like Deku shoes. So I just wore those. And then I made Ghost Deku. All right. Now that we've gone from picking a character, breaking down said character, now we move into just learning about the alternatives of sewing and Warbler and foam. So like if you, like me, don't really know a lot about sewing, hold on, did I have any notes for the last one? Oh no, I didn't have it. Okay. All I did was use a whole lot of glue and a whole lot of cardboard. And I was able to make some cosplays that way. And a lot of other people do too. You see like Gundam box transformers, stuff like that. So it's very possible. And so I put a picture here about, I think I just found this online. That's why I don't think they have the handle versus the other ones that I had found on like Instagram or something. A while back, but you know, this, I forgot what anime this is from, but it's also made out of just cardboard and paper. So I'm like, that's so cool. They probably had a handler. Usually cosplays that you can't really see outside of like the mask or whatever, you usually have somebody there with you or you're gonna crash into everything. So you know, hot glue is cheap if you don't have a sewing machine. Cardboard is easy to paint, cut, and shape. Like really bendable cardboard, like, you know, cereal boxes or anything else that you can like, because when I worked in college, I had a lot of supply of cardboard because I would unbox like the drinks and whatnot. And so I was just basically like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of cardboard. And then I would just take some cardboard from a job I'd be like, can I grab these? And they're like, yeah, we're just going to recycle them anyway. So toss them out. So I'm like, cool. So I had a handy supply of cardboard. So that was cool. Though, do be cautious that hot glue, as in the title, is hot. So when you get it on yourself, wipe it off as soon as possible, and don't bump the tip of your hot glue gun because it will be hot. It was kind of funny because I got used to like the burns of the hot glue gun, that when my friend was like in college, she was like, oh my gosh, Mel, are you okay? I was like, oh, it's fine. And it doesn't really faze me. She's just like, that's concerning. You just get burned enough times that you're like, it's whatever. But as someone who's already gone through that trial, I am also just saying to you, just be careful. Don't get burned on accident. I mentioned I had a whole slew of videos pop up in my feed about cosplay and such. It's also making me want to learn to make clothes. I mean, it's a handy skill. Like if you end up just like, you really want an outfit, but you can't find it, you can just make it. And then you can make it out of materials that work better for you and whatnot. So it can be so powerful if you learn how to make your own clothes. It does take some time and it's a process, but once you like do the thing, you can make clothes for yourself, and you could also do commissions too. That's what some people do. They learn the skill. It is a lot of time and effort, but once you learn the skill, you have the skill. So you can always open source it to being a small business in a sense, where you can make like some money on the side, or you can help friends also like make an outfit, or learn skills how to alter and tailor, you know, like wedding dresses and stuff like that. Hey, Goofy Mammoth, welcome in. Hope we're doing well today. What are we looking at? We're looking at cosplay stuff. So this is just an example of like the alternate means, because I'm just going over like how to cosplay on a budget. So like if you don't have the money to invest in a fancy sewing machine or have a sewing machine, you can use the skills that I used back in the day, just a lot of hot glue gunning and cardboard. And it can be possible, as I show, that even like their briefcase is made out of cardboard. So you can get really creative with costumes. If you don't have the means, you can still get it done. And then when you're hot gluing, try to keep it as straight as possible. Even if you have to have it like some items holding stuff down, it's because hot glue also dries quick. Like you gotta make sure whatever you have in place is in the place that you need, because it's gonna dry quick. So when I made the Kirishima mask out of like the face mask and the cereal box, you know, I just added, you know, foam to each side, painted it black and shiny, made it with silver paint, but also making sure like, okay, those are aligned, so they're good. Also, normal items that are close enough are always welcome. Honestly, if you have something close enough, it's good. No one's going to be like, wow, that thing is a millimeter off of what it's supposed to look like, or a color off. You know, you can add things to it, but if it's something like you're like, yeah, this dress works well. It's not the same exact dress, but it looks very close enough. You know, it's good. And then don't jump into high-level fancy stuff right away. I feel like kind of like when VTubing, those tweets go around of like, don't just spend $3,000 on a VTuber model before you even do anything. Cosplay the same way. Don't invest, you know, like a sewing machine and all of these things all right from the get-go if you never cosplayed before. Because what if you end up hating the cosplay? Not like a fact of like, oh, I hate cosplay, but like maybe you're like, you know what, I actually don't feel comfortable cosplaying this character. I don't like people stopping me for photos, and I feel bad if I tell them no. So like if you're like, cosplay is not for you, you don't want to invest like a giant amount of money, but also at the same time, like you can still execute things with a good amount of money and a low amount of money, and just the resources that you have on hand. Especially, I don't know, if you've kind of tested the waters in like hot glue and cardboard. And then buying from like cheaper craft stores can go a long way, because big name brands are pricey, because that's what they pride themselves in for. Especially the cosplay scenes have very specific brands that are like, oh yeah, everyone's buying like this and blah, 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 blah. So you want to buy from like cheaper craft stores, and, you know, sometimes some things are the same thing. They just aren't a name brand. So sometimes you can find the same thing at Walmart or something. Oops. I forgot I linked these pictures. So I think that one's from an article. That's why it ended up going. And then starting out small. We might have to make this a several part series because there's like 30 more slides. It could be, well, it depends. I guess it depends how fast we go through these. Towards the latter parts. So those latter parts are more of like, here's the breakdown. Here's the different things. But, you know, start out small by taking, you know, take the time to do your research, put it into practice, you know, celebrate your small wins. As we move on to like big goals, you know, normal enough clothes, you know, taking on big projects can give you a negative outcome. If that's your intro to cosplay, you know, kind of trying to eat the frog in one go, not great. So doing something that seems, you know, more plausible and within reach, you know, just kind of simple is a good start. Starting out small, honestly. And when you start small, you kind of learn and practice because it helps you practice towards, you know, bigger projects and more skills. You build tips ahead of time. You start building your confidence, you know, stuff like that. You want to start small and not just go full on in. And yeah, so you don't want to go also too hard or too big on a goal as the first go, because if it doesn't come out the way that you wanted or imagined, you can feel disheartened and you're just like, wow, that didn't work. And all of these things. So it can feel really overwhelming. And it's just one of those things that you just don't have a lot of the basic knowledge, or, you know, there's a lot of practice skills you haven't honed in on yet or even know about yet. So, you know, you want to ease into it. That way you don't like feel disappointed. And then like closet cosplay is also a thing. I've been to a few conventions where like, yeah, just come as a character with clothes from your closet, and then they, you know, whatever you can make work. They have cosplay contests for that, which I think is so fun. Ate a frog to eat the fly. Yeah, basically. But you just want to like do that, and then let's see. I guess while you're also like working on smaller projects, you can take that time to learn and do research. That way you can watch some videos about like how to do wig stuff, how to do styling, all of these different things, and just doing research of like the different outfits that a character wears and whatnot. And then, you know, the kids book? I don't know the kids book. I remember this one. It's a core memory because it was just an intense book. I was in elementary school, and there's a book where a spider basically persuaded a fly to like stay, and all these like ghosts were telling her like, no, he's leading you on. She's like, but he seems nice though. And then he ends up like eating her. What a time. I don't remember. I think it's like the spider and the fly or something. It had really cool art, so that's why I picked it up at a book fair. And then I was like, oh my gosh. And then I put it back down. But I still remember it to this day. But I don't know if I've ever read Ate a Frog to Eat the Fly. I'll look it up though. Let's see. And if your friends cosplay and y'all are in similar body dimensions, ask if you could borrow people's cosplays. In case like you want to practice being in cosplay and stuff. You know, some people are very careful with their cosplay, so don't take it to heart if people say no, especially if it was like, you know, something they handmade and it took a lot of time. But that's just like more of like, don't take it to heart in a negative way if people don't let you borrow stuff, you know, because sometimes it's just, you know, their own personal preference, and that should be respected. But, you know, if they're like, yeah, go for it. I've got plenty. That could be really fun to just like test run. And if they've got outfits from multiples, like I had multiple like My Hero outfits. So if someone had asked me, we could have been like a groupie of My Hero people. So, you know, just kind of cool. Oh, that's so awesome, Corky! It's so cool. The power to just be able to... Here you go. Edgewax, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the land of Christy Mentor. We strive and grow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to the land of hope. Now we're on my slide about Penny. So I had a... So Penny is a character from Ruby, for those who don't know. Great cinnamon roll. The wig I end up buying, I end up finding like a nice wig from like, I think Amazon, honestly, actually. It came out actually pretty good. But what I did was that she had, I think her outfit's just slightly different. Browsing the Christian tag. Well, God bless you. Thanks for being here. We're a land of hope, so if you've lost your hope or need rekindling of hope, you found yourself in the right spot. That's what we're here for. Right now, we're just talking about cosplay. Because there's going to be a convention for Reach that has a lot of Christian content creators. You don't have to be Christian to go, but there's going to be the cosplay aspect of it, so I thought it'd be fun to talk about cosplay in case some people are kind of wondering about it or have thought about it, or, you know, like, how do I cosplay my own VTuber? I think, you know, for us as our VTubers, looking at our own reference sheets, honestly, high key, and figuring out what we could do, there's a lot of alternatives that I've already bookmarked for my own clothes that I feel like are kind of close enough. I think the hardest part is the armor. I don't want to invest in real metal, but finding costly armor is actually very hard. And Shadow, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Land of Crescimento. We strive and grow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome, welcome. So for Penny, I had overalls that kind of look like her overalls. They're not exactly the same ones, but they looked very similar. So I was like, I painted them this kind of green, and then I bought the extra fabric. So the overalls themselves didn't have the pleated skirt look, but what I did was that because I used the overall as the base, I end up gluing down the like bright green first, and then I started moving on to have all the like the olive green on top. That way, by the time it got to the skirt part, I could make it look like a pleated skirt. And then like the leggings, I just bought like knee-height leggings, and I ended up just using the extra green fabric and hot glued it to the leg. It was kind of tough because I didn't want to hot glue it while I'm wearing it, so kind of like stuffing some stuff. I don't remember. I think I just stuffed like a shirt or something in my like stocking, and then I just kind of used a makeshift white shirt basically, and then I made the neck part. That one was interesting. You have to like, I think I looked in the mirror to make sure that was all being cut out correctly. So basically I just did that and just buy a big pink bow. Though her like weapon parts were my favorite part of making, because I just made them out of styrofoam and plastic, or not plastic, just styrofoam and cardboard. And then I bought kid fairy wings, and I ripped off the fairy part and kept like the metal, kind of like a hanger metal type that was still there. And what I did was I stabbed it into the cardboard, and that way when I put on the fairy wings, since the fairy wings were ripped off, but I used the basically the skeleton of it and stabbed it into the to the cardboard and stuff, and make sure it was like secure, moving it around and whatnot. And I put like a little bit of hot glue at the bottom too to make sure like these kind of stick. And then there we go. I had, because for Penny, for those who don't know, she had like swords come out of her back. So I had swords on each side. I think the first swords I made were very tiny, because I was like, well, I just want to make these kind of small and test the waters, and I liked how they came out, and so I made them bigger for a bigger convention, because I had a smaller ones for a smaller convention, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna test the waters now on these bigger ones. And so they're pretty cool. The thing about cosplay props though is that you will have to still hold on to them. There are some people who just like throw away their cosplay props that they hand make because they don't want to carry them around anymore, which is understandable, especially at the end of the con day. You'll see them on Sundays just tossed, because you could probably remake them again, honestly. Obviously, the bigger props that are like actually you paid for, you know, and you don't want to see people turning like throwing those away. But those kind of props you don't want to hold on to anymore. People just kind of toss. And so that's just like a cool trial and error. You made foam armor in the past. There are many mysteries and one Christ. True, there is one, only just one Christ. But it's cool you made foam armor. I mean, I feel like that's the alternative I could just go into. I could make probably like cardboard armor. Wouldn't be that hard. It's a book where a fly flew into a granny's mouth and then ate a spider and a frog. Don't remember then a bird. Oh, it's that one? I didn't realize that's what it's called. I do remember that. Wow, that's wild. And hi, Jivango. Welcome in. Hope we're doing well today. It is indeed the one from Ruby. Penny was such a good cinnamon roll. So just the takeaway from this one is that you can, you know, once you just have like, you know, something that's close enough, you can start working on it. I went to like Hobby Lobby to find, or maybe it was Walmart actually. Walmart to find these cool fabrics. So thank God I found like the specific greens that I wanted. If you didn't find the specific greens, I feel like that's okay. As long as you get close enough, honestly. And then, it was pretty cool. So I was basically able to make everything for the outfit because I had similar clothes. So I didn't have the white shirt matched to a tee, but that's okay. I just had something that kind of had the same kind of similar floof, and it was, you know, beige white, and I just put that over the overalls. And the overalls actually covered up a little bit of her chest because it was a different type, you know, because they're overalls. So they weren't exactly that kind of shape. They didn't go all the way up, but they kind of right there. But anyway, I made it work. And then I think I bought some gold fabric to wrap around like the edge of the skirt and then the green areas. That's cool. The neck piece was kind of tricky because I had to try to figure out like, all right, well, how am I going to make sure this like opens and closes on my neck? I think I built something in the neck on the back, but I can't really remember. It's kind of crazy to like think back on these kind of cosplays experiences and just like, I was just going to town on it. I do have a small soft spots for skirts. I mean, skirts, I can't even imagine making them. They're so intricate. But they're fun to be able to kind of like makeshift some stuff. If only they had pockets, though. I mean, if you make things with similar clothing and they do have pockets, it's like, ba-da, I have pockets. That was a nice thing that Multi-Ohm, I remember in like some kind of interview or something, he had shared that he made sure that to point out like all characters had pockets. That way, if companies try to make the outfits, they would just know there's a pocket somewhere. But if you make your own outfits or use your own clothing, it's nice because you do get pockets. A lot of cosplays from cosplay companies don't come with pockets. And so it's big sad because I don't like carrying a big bag with all my stuff. But usually there's like a friend in the group that's not wearing cosplay or has a cosplay that you can wear a backpack. So they usually become like the designated person holding stuff. Especially like for me, I needed someone to be my designated person. But I don't know if I think because I had some like cosplay friends during that time when I was wearing props, they were able to hold my bag because Penny's items actually go around her back. So it's hard to put any kind of backpack, but it's also kind of hard to have a side purse too, because it's gonna bump into the back. It was really funny. Big props. You just kind of have to be more self-aware of your peripherals. I ended up like bumping into Darth Vader. It was really funny. What a time. And then don't make cosplay last minute. It's fun. It's really funny because all cosplayers say don't make them last minute, but we all make them last minute. I mean, it's possible, but like it hurts because if you want a specific, you know, character, you know, you want to focus on very specific key pieces. And honestly, before you make any cosplay or make any cosplay plans, order the wig first. That is the biggest advice I could give you. Order your wig first because any props there you're gonna have to wait for, because if you already have supplies that you're just slowly but surely working on, that's fine, that's great, you already have them in your hands. But anything you have to order may take time, so you don't want to like be like, oh shoot, I have my con in like 2 days and I don't have my wig. But you have the whole rest of the outfit, you know, and so you're like, how do I find a wig in priority mail? I mean, Amazon does do that, but sometimes they delay, and you don't know what time it's gonna be delivered either, and hopefully it doesn't get dropped off in the wrong spot, because then you have to, like, if it does get lost, you know, you have to reorder it again, you know, stuff like that. So biggest takeaway, buy your wigs first. Anything that has to travel to get to you for a con date, buy them first. You'll thank me later. But yeah, you can look up concept art, any references of street casual key pieces. You know, there's a lot of like Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. All they do is like wear like the clothing from the ending theme from the first season, and then they just wear like, you know, his white hair and a blindfold. Very distinguishable things. That's why, like, if you wanted to do casual cosplay and you don't want to invest a lot, it's just that cosplay wigs are the distinguishable pieces, and then you just kind of add other stuff from there. Like, you could wear like normal clothes. Gojo also uses a skirt in season 1. What? A skirt? Does he? I mean, I can also see that because it's very Gojo. Somehow, some way, with his shenanigans and antics. It's been a long time since I watched season 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen. I also haven't watched season 2. I heard that it cooked good, but I don't know. It's one of those things where I was like, oh, the first season was really cool. But then I just didn't like, I don't know, I didn't feel the hype of watching second season. I did watch the movie though. No, the movie was good. Also, like for example, I have a brown wig for Cardcaptor Sakura. I do have an outfit for it, but if I didn't have an outfit for it, like if I wore something that looked kind of close to her like schoolgirl outfit, or like, honestly, she has a butt ton of outfits. But if I just had like her Cardcaptor one, which I do, and I just wear the wig and I wore something casual, I could just be Cardcaptor Sakura, and that'd be no problem, because I have the distinguishable items. That's the thing. These are the key factors where people understand what you're cosplaying as. And then if you want to go, like if you go to your ever first con and you want to experience like walking around and the environment, just choose a different, like a lighter cosplay. Like let's say, like for my Penny Blades, wing blades, they're pretty big and they're bulky. So sometimes your cosplay props will start to feel uncomfortable because you're standing around for the majority of the day. You're also walking around a lot. You also have to sit down, which I think is the hard part. People with big props, props have to either sit in the very front or the very back. It's because you need to figure out where those things are going to go. Because if you sit in the front, you have the flexibility of putting stuff in front of you. And then if you sit in the back, you also have flexibility of putting stuff next to you. Because you don't have to worry about like people tripping over your stuff. So that's just a takeaway. Like for me, I wore instead of going with, I mean, I still wore it, but I feel like as an intro before I think I did Penny. I can't remember what order I did these cosplays in. I was Adam Toro's gender bent version, which I basically wore black pants, and I had this cool black shirt, and all I did was paint it. I know she wants to come inside, eat the wires. He's still in the Bora skirt. You know, that sounds so very Gojo-kun. How did you say that? What about the suit resilience? I know some stuff are very fragile. Oh, that's true. I guess it just depends what you make your stuff out of. Like mine was cardboard, so it was still kind of sturdy if it was bumped and stuff. But if you do have items that are pretty fragile, you want to make sure those don't bump into anything. That's why earlier I said, like, once you have props, you have to be self-aware of your peripherals and your surroundings, because you can bump anything on accident. And then you're like, ugh. And just kind of being conscious of that. That's why, like, if you ever, it is more pricier to book the hotel at the actual hotel that it's being held at. But if you can get a good deal, that's a good turnout. That's why if you do walk around with the prop and stuff, you can be like, well, all right, I took my pictures. I'm good. I'm going to drop this off now. I feel like, for example, demon hunter slayers, then when they have like their swords, you can have like a sheath holder at your hip. And there you go. You just put it down there instead of holding onto it. I took my daughter to her first con. I was Tuxedo Mask, and she was Sailor Moon. Oh, that's so cute! I love seeing family cosplays. It's so sweet and wholesome. I've seen like parents be Spy X Family, and then like their daughter is like little Anya, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's so cute. I used to think about that in college of like how I'm gonna be a cosplay family, basically. Hi, Shiny Flamingo. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. We're just talking about cosplay stuff. And then wigs. The key. See, you can see everyone's wigs. They're very like, obviously like cosplay, some certain wigs like obviously are very like a generic character here. But, like, there's certain wigs, like Jupiter's and Usagi's, that are very distinct. Dude, I'm really starting to get into cosplay. This is really cool. This came on. Let's go, Shiny Flamingo. All things in godly timing. We just kind of covered the budget stuff of, like, you know, the alternative ways of making cosplay. And also just, like, doing casual cosplay, high-key. And then working your way up from there. But now we're in wigs. I felt like wigs should go second after you establish, like, what do you want to wear with wigs? So the thing about wigs is that, one, if you have really short hair, I mean, I still recommend probably a wig cap. It just depends. But I feel like people who have really short hair, you don't really have to worry about it too much. You just go bloop, and the wig just kind of, like, goes on. And even if you're bald, you have the most power of just put on a wig and there it goes. So wig caps help you sit, like help the wig sit on your head. The thing about, for like me, I have really, well, right now it's cut, so it's not really thick, but I had a really thick hair and I had a lot of it. And how did I put it underneath the wig cap? Because sometimes it just be I remember the first time, that's why it's like, you know, it's a learning curve when you do cosplay, because like I remember the first time I was trying to be like Kaito, or no, I think I was a Pokemon trainer, and I just used a blue wig. I don't really remember. But I felt kind of bad and self-conscious because when I put on the wig, I felt like it didn't fit my head right. I felt like a mushroom, you know, because my hair was pushing it up, and so I felt really self-conscious and I didn't like it. And so I just took off my wig, which wasn't a big deal, but you know, I had bought the wig and I felt bad about it. And then I was just, you know, I was like, man, I ended up using it again later, of course, but you know, it's just one of those things that you kind of have to like trial and learn. And I wasn't sure, you know, before I used a lot of internet, I was kind of like just using, you know, otaku magazines and like stuff like that to figure out, you know, cosplay and just kind of winging it and whatnot. So what I learned was that opposed to wigs, that's funny, I'm gonna cosplay bald characters. Whoa, I forgot about that. The removing of hair. Except some people just straight up just like shave their head, you know, and they're like, all right, we'll grow it back. But there is methods to use a bald cap and then push down your hair. So what I do for myself is that since I had a lot of hair, I would shower. Because your hair flattens out and kind of, I don't want to say shrinks, but it kind of flattens out when you're in the shower and it's all wet. What I did do though is that I make sure that my hair is dry enough. I don't brush it out because when I brush it out, it makes it it volumizes it. So I just kind of I make sure it's dry because it's going to get itchy. If you just leave wet hair under your wig, it's going to get itchy. So you want to make sure your hair is dry, but you don't brush it. And these are for all the people with long hair. And then you want to add like some kind of conditioner to it, you know? That way it doesn't dry out. Like these are the things that I learned because I was like, okay, I shower and I put my wig cap on. Now my hair is itchy because it's like all wet. And so it's just like rip. And then I was like, okay, I dry it out and I put my wig on it. And then I take off my wig and my hair is so dry. And I'm like, ugh. So it's all trial, learning and trial. Because you can also pin it down and stuff like that. But for me, I found easier or easy as just to shower, dry the hair, don't brush, put some kind of conditioner so it feels okay after the long day, which was a nice turnaround because when I did take off my wig caps or my wigs, my hair was feeling like okay, you know, so it's like okay, that's good. And then I would just bobby pin some kind of like tough to the bottom, like to the bottom of my head, and then I put it on my wig. But I make sure like if I do have like a tuft of hair, if it like I try to make sure I push my hair down. That way when I do have it, like, and if it's like for like this, let's say this part, let's say like some of my hair doesn't fit, then I tuck what's ever left over down here. That way you don't really see it and it's pushing up the back of the wig. So it kind of like makes your wig look like you have more volume, even though it's not more hair of the wig. It's just more your own hair pushing out the back of it. So that's my recommendation. I have to go. Good night, people. Good night, Jivago. Thanks for hanging out today. I hope you take care. God bless you. Remember to stay hydrated out there. And then wig types and colors. Oh, that's what I was talking about earlier. Do you need it to be heat resistant? Because if you're going to do some, you know, big stylings to it, you want to make sure like, oh, it's going to actually style because there are some material from wigs that will just burn. So you don't want that to happen. And you can always take a very small, like if you're not really sure, if I should have told Mira that if you're just not sure that your what's it called, if you're in Florida, I feel like if you're cosplaying in Arizona, you should be heat resistant. At least is what I hear. You can take a tiny piece, or not like the tiny, but you can take a small piece at the bottom of your wig, depending on the length of it, and you can kind of like test it a little bit. You could put like a little bit of heat resistant spray to give it some buffer, and then you can test it out with like low heat, high heat. You know, you don't really use a very high heat on wigs. They're usually pretty good with low to medium heat. So it's just kind of like that. But you can test it like that. So if it does start to burn, you can just chop off that little bit and then it's fine. And if it doesn't, it might be that your wig is the type of material. But you can like do a little bigger strand in case you're just like, well, I'm going to test it out a little more in case before I put it in any part of the wig. I mean, if you did burn it on accident, you can always just trim it off and it's okay. Like a haircut. On styling, I always feel like it's always really funny to do or not to do. Because I feel like a lot of us are like, you know, totally style my wig, and then you get it, you're like, man, I don't know how to style hair. Florida's more humidity. Oh man, the times I've been to Florida for Disney World, I don't think it was that humid. It was actually really cold. So I don't really know what time I had gone during those years. But Reach is in Florida. So we gotta make sure hope people's makeup will be fine. Wigs. Yeah, we're at the wigs part. That's a good point. Cadzilla and Zero. I'll have to remember to make sure to bring my makeup with me. Or like backup makeup. You have book on wigs? Wow, sugoi. I don't think I used to have a cosplay book, like how to cosplay stuff. I ended up getting one from a swap meet and giving it to Vice because he also wanted to learn how to make cosplays. So I feel like he'll probably end up taking up my sewing machine before me. You have a lot of cosplay books? Oh, it sounds so cool, Corky.
That's amazing. I love seeing just like all the cool outfits that people make and just like do. It's so cool. But if you do want to do styling yourself, there are people you can pay. I think some people bring actually their wigs to barbershops and like hair salon places to get it styled or cut. Because sometimes wigs come without being cut. So like an example, like this Froppy wig, for her, like Froppy does have like that giant thing right here in front of her face. But usually wigs like this come with a giant like bang set. So some people, you want to start slow. Like when you want to cut your wig yourself, always start a little bit. Don't go ham like I have on accident. It's one of those things you want to work slowly up to where you want the bangs and styles in the front to be. Real hair grows back. Fake hair does not. So when you botch a cosplay wig, you botch a cosplay wig. And then that's that. You ruined wigs. I remember I had the purple one and I was like, I got this. And I cut the bangs and I cut them too short. I still used it, but I was like, man. I feel like the only way to really mend that is to look for, there are some bangs you can now clip on or like have a clip on. But it's like those usually come in like natural hair colors. So it might be a little tough to find one like purple or blue. Not impossible because you can always like paint over them, but they might not come out the same hue. So it'd be like more work. So just take a little time to go slowly with scissors. So you don't like, ruin the wigs. That'd be cool, Corky. I'd appreciate that. I haven't done cosplay in so long, so it's so fun to just jump back into it. And then how to wig cap. Oh, my daughter refused to let the hairstylist help until the second wig. It always just takes the one wig. You're like, oh, okay, I need some help. This is too complicated. I remember I did help my friend. He likes to cosplay as bad guy characters. And I had traveled to help him do a Hisoka cosplay. And he ended up having to, I think, purchase another wig. Because I think his first wig, when we were, like, using it, like, it wasn't, like, that great. But we were almost there. And so what we did was, like, okay, when you needed the hair to, like, stick up, what I've seen is that people use, like, not necessarily a pencil, but just a long kind of item. And then you start like gluing or moving the hair that way. So it stays like the ends of the hair stay at the top and then you kind of like shuffle it. It's kind of hard for like very specific wigs that go up. Like the screamy metal, the speaker guy from My Hero, like his wig goes like whoop. And Hisoka's also stands like whoop. And stuff like that. So you just kind of have to figure some alternatives. You usually add stuff into the wig to kind of get those kind of flavours, or people hang the wigs upside down with a butt ton of hairspray and you have to like hang it in a way where it like dries in the shape that you want. So those ones are pretty tough, but not impossible. There's a lot of tutorials out there, so you might find somebody who's already made a tutorial for a said wig that you want, stuff like that. And then how to use a wig cap. I already talked about like how I put my hair underneath. There's a variety of wig caps too. These are the ones in the photos that you see. There's one that come like without any holes. That's just also a wig cap. Bobby pins will save your life. What I like to do is that I put bobby pins in the front. So it's holding the front of my wig. Because like it's one of those things where time will pass and gravity will start acting on your hair. Because I'm like, wow, Sugoi, wake up, my wig, great. Midday, it's like falling off of my head. And I can see my forehead. So usually someone will tell me like, hey, your wig's falling. And I'm like, oh, thanks for letting me know. And it depends on the weight of your wig too. If you have a sturdy like wig, no prechocha, no. just want to come in and sue chaos. I'm teaching the people a cosplay. Wig slips are also amazing. What's a wig? What's a wig slip? Is that a new thing that has come about? Is it like a giant bobby pin? No, cha. But yeah, you just kind of put the wig cap on your head. You make sure you stick out you just kind of put it on top of your head and you kind of start adjusting your hair underneath it, which is really interesting. A wig grip. Man, I need to look that up. I don't think my cosplay wigs that I have right now are that thick. Well, actually, the Demon Slayer wig that I'll go with might actually need a wig grip because it's long. Really long cosplays have weight to them, or like the wigs, because they're longer hair. And so you want to make sure that you're aware that short wigs don't really like have a lot of weight to it because it's just kind of short, less hair. They do. I know. Whenever I wore a long-haired one, I feel like my forehead started to reveal a lot sooner than short hair wigs. It's so funny. And then I think this is a big one. Getting the right color and type. I mean, if you end up just doing like a black-haired character, you don't really have to worry about it too much. But for those who have like distinct color hair cosplay characters, you know, if you want to style it yourself, you may want to get one that's heat resistant. If you don't have to style it, you don't really have to worry about that. And then sometimes there's manga versus anime hair color, which may vary. So you can choose one that you either see more often that's cosplayed or that you prefer. Like Komi-san, for example, people sometimes wear a dark purple wig for her, or sometimes people wear a long, dark, black-haired wig for her. So it just really depends, like, what you want to do. Happy Trails! Hi, Happy Trails! Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome to the world of cosplay! Woo! We're in wigs right now. And then if you can't find the right exact color, don't sweat or overspend. As long as you get within the right color hue, it works. Don't go darker with something lighter or darker, just like an off shade. And then feeling confident. I've pointed to the very teal cosplay wig. Wearing bright neon colors may feel odd at first, but once everything's put together, it feels really cool. So that's really also trusting the process, because like usually like before I have like my makeup on, I feel weird in a wig. That's like when I was starting to cosplay, I just felt like it was off and blah blah blah. But then when you add, well, like for me, when I added the cosplay on and then do my makeup, then it's just like, okay, well then everything kind of flows together. I think when you just kind of like don't have anything on yet and like you don't have your cosplay on and you just wear the wig, you feel a little off. But like once you put everything together, then you feel better. So that's just something to keep in mind. And then remember, cheap wigs are made kind of cheaply. You do get what you get, what you paid for, as they say. But sometimes they can go a long way. So they're not like out of the picture, you know. Dude, my cosplay wigs look better with my cosplays because they are so big or so long. Yeah, this is. I think it's one of those things. If you ever look at yourself and you're like, I look weird, it's because you're wearing a fictional style character wig that you don't really see as a natural style. And so I feel like that distinction kind of registers in your brain like, well, this is kind of odd. Well, yeah, because it's not usually what you see every day. And so until you put it all together and dress up as said character, then your brain's like, oh, okay, it's all clicking together now. But yeah, just feeling confident in the wigs you choose. And then if it's like a slight shade off, nothing wrong with it. Like, you know, it's still very in the same color circle. And then wig styling. Generic pro tag. Wigs that are usually not conformed into a style already, but ready to mold. So generic pro tags are like the kind of wigs that honestly all you have to do is move the bangs and bam, you're Kirito. And other other characters that are look like Kirito. But also generic pro tag is so besides like just easy wigs that like, okay, I can multiply. I think that's what okay, backtrack. Generic pro tag wigs, I call them because you can use them for multiple characters, because they have a mold and because some characters have similar hairstyles to each other. So like for example, this wig to our left is like the top left is a Nochako wig, but you could style a little bit to be Card Captor Sakura. Ba-dum. Because I think I did that before I actually bought a Card Captor Sakura wig. And then this one on the bottom left, you can use it for Kirito. You can use it for that one guy from Bungo Stray Dogs. You can use it for Izaya from so like generic is more like any pro tag with this cut and color, which is why I call them generic pro tags, because they're one solid color and they're a solid style and that can be used across the board. And they look close enough to who you want to be. So if you did use them for multiple people, your clothes would change, but you can still keep the wig the same. Now, there's already pre-styled wigs that already have a pre-designed by cut for specific characters. Like in the top right is the snake guy from Demon Slayers, and bottom right is Deku from My Hero. So these are pre-styled wigs. You can also get commissioned to be styled, but they can already come as their characters, which is a cool thing that's I think as cosplay has moved on, a lot of them started specifically being like, oh, I can actually just buy a Deku wig. You know, you don't have to buy a black wig with gray ombre. You know, you get a wig that's already styled like so. And then, you know, they can be very distinct. So they can't really be used for other characters. I don't know any other character that has the same hair as Deku. So, you know, those kind of pre-styled wigs are very specific to set characters. But then, I mean, you can just keep using them from different outfits of set characters as well. Hi, Crimson. Welcome in. Hope we're doing well today. Welcome. Oh. That's my brush my teeth reminder. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just looking at my notes. I recommend styled ones for dramatic characters or someone you love and will reuse. So like it just kind of helps. Also, there's a lot of tutorials already on how to take different wigs and make them. So like let's say you can't find a style, like a pre-style of a said wig, or if it's out of stock, there are already tutorials on how to like cut hair, dye hair, style hair, that you could probably like watch. And then, like I said, be careful. Fake hair doesn't grow back, so you just want to research and take your sweet time with it. There's also videos on how to wash your wig after use, how to use gel on it, and like kind of wash it after you use gel on it, how to detangle it, because all of a sudden the long wigs always just detangle. You just breathe and they're detangled already. So there's a lot of tutorials on that kind of help. Oh, let me check really quick. My young adult. Group me went off. Oh, never mind. They're just going to go do water stuff. I don't swim. Then our next point. We're in the makeup now. Wow, sugoi. Ba-da. There's no definite answer to makeup because it varies to each person, but you just want to make sure that you get like what's best for your skin type and tone. If you're new to makeup, do learn about skincare routine techniques and how to find your shade. Getting comfortable with the basics. When I was doing my first cosplay makeup, I learned the hard way that your skin dries out if you use a lot of makeup and you don't wash your face and stuff. So I was just like, so I never was a person who used a lot of makeup to begin with. So I was like just speed running different like cosplay looks. And then I was like, Mom, my face is dry. I can't believe she let me do all this stuff. And then after the fact, she's like, oh, it's because you need like a hydrating thing. I'm like, you really let me just test all this makeup without giving me any advice? Crazy. And so I legit just learned for a whole summer how to do cosplay makeup. So that was pretty cool. It won't be easy the first time, but you know, drugstore makeups also work. So you don't have to dig into buying new products or buying like $100 on a foundation, you know. And if you already have makeup, you don't really need to buy any more makeup. You just really got to hone in on what to emphasize, like eyeliner. I feel like eyeliner helps shape the eyes, especially depending, like if you do like in this example, you can see like, hey, this is what not my eye, but like this was a tutorial that I think this specific person just did so many like tutorials for different eye colors, or like not eye colors, but like different characters. And so they kind of show like, okay, this is my eye. And then you just do like, and then you can makeshift drawing on, you know, like the male anime eye and stuff. It's not like a big deal if you make your eyes look very anime. It just depends on like what you're doing and what you want the outlook to look like. And then skincare, just kind of moisturizing, making sure that you don't dry your face out. Sunscreen as well. And then illusions. If you angle fake eyelashes a certain way, you can change your eye shape. So that's really cool. And then you blend that in with eyeliner. So that's how people can get like a more sharp male character, like a drooped lid look. You know, it's kind of very cool that like small little tips and tricks can like change your eye shape and your eye look. And then I know like for guys, they're like, I don't know about makeup, which is understandable. But if you do want to look into some things, I would just basically look into things that handle like redness or bags under your eyes, stuff like that. That way, if you do want to take like photos and stuff, you can just kind of have that taken care of. But at the same time, I feel like when you take pictures, there's always like Photoshop and stuff like that. So you can also just do that yourself. But if you feel like you want to like remove some impurities or you want like stuff to stand out on your face, just to look into like what you could do and stuff like that. And the next is body paint. I myself have never done body paint for cosplay. I do remember this one girl in my hero group, it was Mina, and she had like all of pink. And it was still pink the next day. And she was like, oh, I'm still pink. And we were just like, well, you could re-wear the Mina outfit. If you're gonna be full, like if you're gonna do like body color, you might want to save that for your last day of the con. Unless you need to specifically put it in your first day or second day, like if you're doing a group thing, or like let's say like there is a group cosplay that has to be on the second day, just be aware that your skin will still have a tint of said color. I mean, it's gonna wash off, but like, you know, just being aware so you're like, you don't, after you shower, like, I'm still pink. Hi, Mira. Welcome back. I'm glad that you can make it back. I was going to tell you that if you're not sure if your wig is, if it's not heat resistant, or if it is, I would just test like a tiny, tiny piece, in a place where you would be able to cut it if it did burn. But if it like, it's okay, then it should be a little bit heat resistant. But I think usually wigs work on a low heating setting anyways. So that could be something you could try. I want a 500-page essay on why makeup is different from body paint. Your face is part of your body. See, the thing about Katsola, the way that body paint works is the thing about makeup, though. If I rub my eye, my eyeliner's gone. Or humidity, my eyeliner's gone. Stuff like that. As I go through the day, your makeup disappears. Body paint, though, it needs to stay on. Especially if you touch anything else, it needs to stay on. So that's a very big difference between makeup and body paint. Makeup is very easy to remove. Body paint is not supposed to be easy to remove. That's why it's kind of sucks when you have to take it off. Because then it's like removing dye out of your hair. Just dye out of your skin. Now, keep the baggy eyes and make all your cosplays sleep deprived. I mean, you're not wrong. Some people are like, that's why I'm cosplaying the sleeping bag guy from My Hero Academia. You were thinking of that? Let's go. I was like, oh no, earlier I was like, oh man, I didn't tell Mira earlier until I thought about it. But I'm glad you're able to try it. I'm so excited to see. She tattooed around her eyes. That's a commitment I could never lock in. That's crazy. Or make them look like their eyeliner is running. Oh no, not like the Bakugo guy. Not again. True, I think he didn't put down the thing. So for body paints, since I haven't personally done this myself, I did a lot of research about it so I can teach it to other people. And I had people who did do it. And stuff. My mother tattooed her eyeliner. Oh, really? My boomer mother. She was like, I'm tired of just eyelinering it. I want the perfect shape every time. It's like when people tattoo their eyebrows. And I'm like, wow. But also, what happens when your eyebrows grow back? Do you just keep constantly shaving it, or crazy? I did a fake tattoo for my Promised Neverland Emma cosplay for the numbers on the neck. Oh, that's so cool. I feel like if you ever want to test something out, it's like a tattoo. You could do henna. That's how I had like a Sailor Moon symbol on my back. That was pretty cool. Because I thought about getting like a tattoo back in the day, but then I was like, nah. One, I'm indecisive. Two, it's not really that big of a deal. And three, I was like, man, this is cool design, but I can never see it. So... You were thinking Manhera looking? I mean, also true. Some girls are tattooing to look like filters, like those freckles. Oh no. Bruh. You can just use little you just actually I forgot. Oh, Mao Mao. She's got freckles. So I have a brown eyeliner and I go bloop 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 to add fake freckles. And I think Penny also had freckles. So you just make fake freckles. It's crazy that people are tattooing those kind of things. Oh, to fill out your back? Whoa. That's cool. What kind of well, I guess you don't have to answer. What kind of I guess is it more of a design that you need to finish up, or it's just an extension coloring? I know, tattooed freckles, it's kind of wild because you can just easily do that with eyeliner and then e-girl looking freckles. It's one of those things where it's you don't want to commit to tattoos unless you have a specific thing. So tattooing freckles, it's I don't know how it's gonna look when it ages, or if you really want to look like an e-girl at 55. Who knows? That's why you want to take your time picking out tattoos. They're pretty permanent. I mean, you could get them removed, but still. From old times, pre-coming to Christ, my left back from shoulder to mid is a large demon. Whoa. I mean, that's fair. After coming to Christ, you're like, ah, man. Removal can leave a scar. Ooh. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people just repaint over or redesign over. There's a specific guy
55-year-old e-girl. Bro, I can't. I know, it's like one of those things where in the moment you're like, yeah, this is great. But when your feelings don't understand the consequences. So that's why don't let your feelings get ahead of you. Because they're like, yeah, let's do this thing. And you're like, okay. And then like, your emotions aren't thinking about you being 55 with e-girl freckles. Need an angel on the right showing triumph. Let's go, Dan. I hope you can raise that funds. I think because isn't that interesting? Like you have enough space on your back to do that, and that'll be really cool and really powerful. So it kind of feels like a nice, like, you know, before Christ, demon, but with Christ, triumph over evil that you used to be in bondage of. It's pretty cool. It's pretty powerful of like your tattoo, you know, a tattoo testimony in a way. So that's cool. I hope that you can get that done. That'd be really awesome. And speaking of, so for body paint, we're definitely wanting to wake up earlier than usual. I know that I already woke up earlier for cosplay. If you're doing body paint, oh boy, howdy, you want to make sure that you're up awake, because you also want to make sure that you also have your friends spot you after, as well. So maybe having someone kind of wake up a little later after you're almost done or about to be done, just so like your friends can be like, hey, can you like spot me to see if I've gotten everything? That way you make sure that you do have everything colored, and get help with certain areas you can't reach or can't see, and that way it can all dry at the same time. Because that's why you want to wake up early, because you have to wait for it to dry. You can't put on your cosplay. You have to wait, which is tough because you're just gonna have to sit there or stand there, I guess, depending where you painted. I guess you could sit if you didn't like paint your butt. I don't really think you really paint your butt, but just in case. You just want to make sure you have support, and then you just gotta wait to dry, basically. And then if you're looking at different body paints, definitely make sure it's not a type to, you know, to affect your skin, and you want to make sure it's not something that's not a good brand. Like it might dye your skin, but it might just not dry well enough and be a hassle that it stains everything. So you don't want that. So do your research when you're looking into body paints, and stuff like that. And then some advice that I did get for body paints is to remove it, like the whole removal process. Should I get that done on my model? Whoa, I don't know how you would show that, but I'm sure you could figure out a way. There's a show on Netflix where people have someone they trust tell a tattoo artist how a tattoo they regret should change. I wonder if that was it, because I was thinking, I was like, I remember watching somebody like specifically be the person to help make a new, like his whole like name or something or theme was all about like second chances and rewriting over, you know, tattoo regrets and like making them into something new. So I'm like, that's cool. I like that. So here's to remove body paint. If you ever get to the point you're like, I'm gonna do it, all right, let's walk it through. So step 1, remove all lotion and oil. Or no, this is the body paint tips, not the removal. We'll get to the removal at the end. Step 1, remove all lotion and oil. You want a little as product on the skin as possible. A lot of times our models come in. Oh, this is a quote. Okay. These are all quotes. So these are all the tips. So you want a little product on skin as possible. A lot of our models come in with oil on or lotion and immediately alcohol their entire body. If there's a lot of moisture on the skin, the paint can sometimes break on you. So I really like it to be completely clean. I might use a baby wipe or a little bit of alcohol. So that's good to know. So once you shower, don't add any lotion, don't add any oil, don't add any kind of skincare, because now that's going to be a barrier for your body paint. And then you don't want it, because like as you see in the pictures, they're very smooth, you know? You don't really see any lines. Their skin looks like it's supposed to be that color.
So you want to make sure there's no barrier that when you like move your arm, it like crunches, you know? And you're like, ah. My wife got her testimony tattoo across the rainbow in 41 to 40 weeks, the temptation, 41st week, defeat of the enemy, 40 weeks in the desert, 41st week, the promised land. Oh, that's so cool, Dance. I love that. I never really thought about, you know, testimony tattoos, but it's there. Because there had been, I think the only person I know is that a guy from my church, Joshua. He has his like confirmation scripture on his arm, and he also has like a cross. I forgot where. I think it is also with his confirmation verse. I'm like, that's cool. I love that. And it's just always there. Let's see. And then step 2, using the right brush. My favorite brush is a foundation brush. You really want a brush that's flat and firm, and of course a slightly larger size. You can see why a foundation brush would be so great for body painting. And then you can wash your foundation brush with some shampoo and some water. You'll be totally clean and ready for your everyday skin again, so that's cool. And then it said you can try Makeup Forever brush number 108. That was the recommendation in this article. But I'm sure like as time has passed, there's more brushes, but also just doing research about your brushes. And then start from the top. Start at the face always. Your face and your torso should be the most detailed because those are the center of your body. And that's where people look first. Your arms and legs can have one basic color and it's still going to be impeccable. And then step 4, leave your hands for last. You can use your feet and your hands so much, but you might need to use the bathroom. You might want to eat something. It's actually better to leave that for last. You need your hands the whole time you're painting. So if you're going to do like false nails, put on the nails, then the body paint at the very end, which is a good point. You don't want to paint your hands and then you have to wait for them to dry. So in that time that you're not doing anything else, it's just like, well, I've made a mistake. At the last fair, I saw a girl with, I think, Psalms 32 in the verse that people say is about a loving woman on her shoulder. Oh, that's cool. It's nice. Isn't that cool? I feel like people who might see that offhanded, they're like, I wonder what that is. And I hope that leads to an opportunity of like, oh, that's cool. Hi, Lieutenant. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. We're like halfway through my cosplay slides. It's crazy. I'm gonna hydrate. I may have missed some redeems. It's because I have my PowerPoint up, so I can't see. Have you eaten? I have eaten. I did eat earlier. Oh, Jesse! Magias! Welcome in. I hope we're doing well today. Hello, Raiders. Soy Belinda Esperanza, your local demon slayer and warrior of hope. Welcome. We're just talking about some cosplay stuff. We're in body paint right now, which I haven't done personally, but it's just it's very cool. And you want to make sure that you do it correctly, because then it's awkward to wait. But it's good to see you. This time it's not the end of the stream. But welcome, and I hope you're doing well today. What were you up to? What were you streaming? Tell the cariños. What were you up to today? I hope it was fun. Is there any way I could pray for you today? Me tired, just did some exercises. My legs feel like noodles. Look at that. They may feel like noodles, but you have done some gains today. So that's cool. Do a breathing break. All right. In for 4 and out for 4. Nice. Thank you for the hydrates. Thank you for also a posture check. My posture good. I'm just gonna stretch. I feel like I need to stretch. Ugh. But if you also need to go grab some food, please feel free. That goes for the raiders as well. You know, if you gotta get some stuff done, just want to lurk in the back, whatever you need to get done. Make sure to take care of yourselves. Playing some Expedition 33 and now sad because the ending I chose. Oh no! How many endings are in this game? Every time everyone posts about their ending, they're like the Evangelion chair meme. There's, I don't know, it just has that energy. The prayers of the Lord doesn't let my garden die to this cold front. Oh my goodness, it's cold where you're at? We're like sweating. But I'll pray for that. Our Heavenly Father, I just pray over Jesse's garden. I just pray that you give it a protective stronghold against the freezing cold. You know, you, Lord, go above the natural into the supernatural. So I just pray that you strengthen Jesse's garden and that you give it the resilience and resistance to just be able to survive the cold front, and that you just help this garden be able to thrive until the weather gets warmer. And that I just pray that you can step in and just help Jesse be able to navigate how to support the garden, and that you just help cover it in protection, Lord, and that you just help it in its resilience. You know, all things have been created by you, and so just pray that you help this garden be able to flourish and withstand the trials of this weather, and that you can help get it to a place where it will survive and be able to still grow things and withstand and still flourish. And I just pray all these things in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. God cares about the big things and the small things. I think there's only two, but it's like a really tough choice to make. Oh no. I've been recommended to play that game. I feel like I would be sweating. I'd be sweating. No. I am indecisive with choices sometimes. So I'm like, oh boy. No. I've been good. I've been eating H-E-B butter tortillas. Oh, that sounds so good. I love H-E-B products. It's always so good when you get to, it's like a Buc-ee's, you know? When you ever see it, you're just like, oh, you should play it. It's awesome. I know. So many people have played it. Dabster's played it. Sciorion's played it. Jammy's played it. I've been making sure I don't watch any spoilers and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, we'll get there eventually. We have Elden Ring now that I haven't gotten to yet. I remember a con I went to a long time ago. A woman got in trouble with security for her body paint. She was rather exposed, full body painted. There are rules. There are rules. It's one of those things where people get in trouble, but it's like, come on, man. There's rules for all kinds of stuff. There's also like children at anime conventions, so people need to be aware that it is family friendly. If you want to do something like that, you got to make sure you're in compliance, or save it for like, I don't know, outside the convention halls or something, late at night or whatever. I remember going cosplaying. I forgot to bring my balaclava mask, and that's when I found out. Me, like, very, very shy. Oh, really? You're just out there like, oh no, people will see my face. No. Whoa, 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 whoa. You just finished Act 2? Dang. I know, I can't perceive. I get there eventually. My mom told me to go stand with the other military cosplayers, and I think my face turned red from embarrassment. Oh, Lieutenant! It happens. Especially when you're not, like, used to it. You can get very shy really fast. But after some time passes, and there's, like, really nice supportive people, you can kind of grow more in confidence. Corgi's gonna get her with their collection of Nerf guns. Corky's gonna shoot me? We're gonna have a quick draw. This is funny. Oh, you know what? I could invest in cosplay props for my lore guns and I have a sword. I do have a sword. No. That's funny. Also, thank you, Jesse, for the lore and the raid. I really appreciate it. Do take care. Do what you need to. Oh, cause you want to take a photo. Aww. I don't know, I ain't comfortable if I ain't wearing something that covers my face. That's fair. You're not at that level yet, you know, and that's understandable. Well, maybe making a video, YouTube video of this? Hi, it's Fire Cyclone. I forgot if I said hello out loud. But welcome, I hope you're doing well today. I am. Well, technically it's getting streamed right to YouTube, so it will be posted to YouTube after this, so that's nice. You just skip an hour because we yapped for the first hour. And then we jumped into budget cosplay. Shoot any cosplay violators? All right, when you put it that way. I thought you meant shoot me. I was like, what? Are we having a brawl because we're both from Texas? You gotta get some Buc-ee's barbecue. Oh man, I remember we almost traveled to Buc-ee's because we traveled out to go to a water place for a young adult, and Daniel didn't want to go to Buc-ee's. I mean, it was in the opposite direction we needed to go, but I was like, but Buc-ee's. So sad, so tragic. It's not like that big or sad or tragic, but it's just fun. Or bring a water gun and spray people that don't shower. Understandable. Doing the Lord's work. Bring a water spritz bottle for violators. Got you. Doing okay, I guess. I mean, you're holding in there as you can, Fire Cyclone. You know? And the Lord will help replenish you and withstand you, or like help you withstand with his strength. So even if you're only doing okay, God's gonna handle the rest. I know, right, Zero? We didn't get to go to Buc-ee's? I can't believe this. We're also in a way with our cars that we couldn't just all like, all right, everyone who wanted to go Buc-ee's could all just go in vehicle. But no. Next time, I guess. It'd be cool if Florida had a Buc-ee's. Not there yet, though. They have a Kura. I don't know. I'm so excited. Having like my dream. For those who weren't there in the beginning, I had this dream where I was just surrounded by like other content creators at a reach, and we're just like talking about like cool stuff and fun stuff. And so I was like, oh wow. So I'm excited. It'd be cool. Right now, we're just, for those who just walked in, we're just reviewing body paint. We're in step 4. So basically, step 1, don't put on any like photo chow though. I mean, yeah, that's true as well. It's because I end up saying Kura because like, did I say Kura out loud? I don't remember. Cause like the place, there's also a sushi place on the way to Buc-ee's, but no. Oh my gosh, CMR, welcome in. Time for a ZM raid. Henshin. Welcome, man. I hope you're doing well today. Hello, Raiders. Soy Melinda, Esperanza, your local demon slayer and warrior of hope. Hi, ZM. Welcome in. We're talking about some cosplay stuff. How are you doing today? What were you doing today? Hope you had some fun while you were doing it. Thought I would stop in for just a second. Gonna go now. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. Thanks for stopping by, Fire Cyclone. You take care out there. God bless you. Remember, hope is on your side after all. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. Played some City Skylines. What City Skylines? That sounds so familiar. I'm also just really bad with names in general, so I might know what it is, but I may not remember. I'm good with visuals, terrible with names. Don't listen to the enemy. Yeah, that's a good reminder. Enemy at your door, remember to slap him with your Bible today. Tell him swiping, no swiping. Also welcome in. It's good to see him. I'm bad with both sometimes. I don't know. It's a struggle, you know. It's a constant practice of being like swiping, no swiping. But you know, eventually as you go stronger in faith and just stronger being able to be like, no. Swiper, no swiping. Back from me saying it becomes a little easier. Especially when leaving in God's hands too. It's a city building game. You manage roads, public transits, etc. Ooh, how is that going? I feel like that's very interesting. That's cool. I was talking about visuals and names. Oh. Understandable. I thought you just meant resisting the enemy. I mean, it is hard sometimes, but we overcome with practice. Growing stronger. And whoopah! Swiping and swiping. Let me pull up my slide. Boop. Let's see. What did we say? Body paint. Don't put on lotion or oil. Keep yourself dry. Wash but dry. Use the right brush. Leave your hands for last. And then step 4, leave your... Oh no, we did already go for step 4. That's leave your hands. And then for 5 are the joint tricks. Try not to go thick around the elbows and knees. Sometimes people's first inclination is, I want to keep adding product over it to cover it. But you actually showcase it more. So just like nail polish, thin coats are a little bit better to avoid cracking, showing extra texture. So while you're doing body paint, any part of you that moves and bends a lot, you want to leave like a thin layer. That way it's not crunching if you put too much product. And then step 6 is called design for dummies. To do an actual picture on your body or design, you can project an image onto your body, then have someone trace it out for you. So what you could do is like you cut out the symbol, the size that you want it to be on your skin, and then you could have someone just like help you paint it on. Or if you're doing it solo, what you can do is kind of like projector it somehow through the light with the paper, or figuring out just another way to do it. And then let's see. Yeah, once you like have it on yourself, you can just paint it. And that's it. Or you can also like make sure it's like on a thick paper. That way you can just paint it and it won't like spill into other places it's not supposed to go. And then stroke, don't buff. You really want to go up and down in a vertical motion and use a light touch with your brush. Your first inclination might be to take the brush and grind it into the skin, but the lighter the touch, the better. Mostly just use the tips of the brush. That way when you are painting, a lot of product doesn't get caked on in one go, and you're not like, I don't know, being rough on your skin too. I know you're coloring it, but you know, you don't want to be like poof, poof, poof. And then oil up to remove. So start by oiling everything down, probably like baby oil and stuff. And then you rinse off. Then you get your body wash and a loofah and scrub. You probably want another loofah, like a dollar store loofah that you can like get rid of because it might be colored by the end that you're done. And then you just go from there, and everything's gonna come off really nicely. There's certain colors that will leave a bit of a residue, like hot pink, indigo blue, but other colors will be removed right away, so that's nice. Like the person who did pink for Mina, she was pink the next day. It was lighter, but you know, it still was there. I mean, the enemy did attack me a few times this morning mentally. I know you just wake up and he's already there ready, and it's like, could you not? That's why I've been trying to practice every morning. Because, like, you know, you wake up and you already have a mentality that's already been, like, normal for, like, a good majority of your life kind of thing. Or, like, thoughts that just come back around, intrusive thoughts or something. And it's just like, you know what? I'm going to pray about things. I'm going to talk to God in the morning. That way my mindset could be better. And so when the enemy does try to attack me in the morning, I'm like, you know what? Talk to me after I talk to my dad. And then when you do talk to me afterwards, I won't listen. So have a good day. Resist him and he will flee. In the name of the Holy Emperor, we shall cast the vile evil spirits, my friend. So true, Lieutenant. gonna punch our enemies with the name of Christ. It was more late morning. I wonder if you can have something written down that when he comes at your door, just be like, no. Or have a video at the ready. I listen to a lot of worship music when I work from home. Because I notice that if I don't, I kind of like, ugh. But when I do, I'm like, oh, I'm more productive. I don't know. It's more of like, because I'm constantly listening to it, it's hard for intrusive thoughts and the enemy to work when I'm constantly listening to songs repeatedly saying the character of God and how good he is and how he's going to overcome trials and how he's going to overcome darkness and how he's going to be a waymaker and how he does all these things. So it's hard to like be in a dampened space when I'm listening to music that's all about like God's goodness and love for me and how he's going to take care of me. So I'm like, wow, amazing. I don't do it all the time because sometimes I forget, I get busy, but when I'm just like, all right, I get out of bed, I feel like, I put on some worship music because I play it from my little radio. Little speaker, rather. Something happened to me this morning and I immediately just left my room after tidying up. Oh, really? You're just like, nope, 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 nope. No. All right, and that was body paint. Oh, I guess I had a breakdown right here. I think this character is from Critical Role. This character also might be from Critical Role. So there you go. If anyone is going to do body paint, there you go. 8 simple steps. Well, I don't want to say simple. There's also a lot of tutorials online as well. I feel like especially so because Steven Universe had came out and a lot of people painted their skin because everyone was a specific color for their like gems. And then Critical probably also came out, you know, like D&D characters are also very specific as well. So I feel like since a lot of time has passed, but there's a lot of tutorials now on how to do body paint. I was finding it, thoughts felt wrong, and I knew it, but I couldn't listen to my phone at the time. I was watching constructions at the office, just so they wouldn't do anything. I'll be praying for you, Rabbit. Maybe you can have, like, a verse written down somewhere. In my office at work, I'm working from home right now, but in my office at work, I have sticky notes with a lot of reminders of just things in general. Because when I fall apart, I tend to start analyzing what caused my fall to the temptation of flesh. I mean, that's fair. You're just like, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm keeping my eyes above and not on my situation. Back from me saying, just remember, just imagine punching him. 1, where was I? 2, when was it? 3, I was alone. 4, what was I doing? 5 was, how was I feeling during that time? I mean, that's fair. You're just trying to break down so you don't repeat it. I don't know. There was this one video where I was watching where it was like, we try really hard not to sin or like avoid a specific sin that you think too much about it. Like, because you're thinking so much on how to avoid it, but it was more of like, you just lean on to God and follow more of God, and then you end up avoiding it. You don't have to force yourself to avoid it. You'll just end up avoiding it, leaning more in. I was like, wow. No, Perchocha. You have strong feelings on colored lenses? I mean, that's fair. I have a whole long notes about colored lenses. I've never used them, so don't feel pressured that you have to use them. What I like to do sometimes, if I have a character that's got like a specific eye color, what I do is that either one, you can get an eyeliner that's that specific eye color. You can use eyeshadow that's that specific eye color. Or there is mascara that also comes in the specific colors. So when the lighting hits, the tint of that color can hit your eyes. I mean, you only see that if you're like really zoomed in, but you used to work for an eye doctor, and I can understand. I remember because like back when cosplay was still pretty, I want to say like new, but like new in the advances of like using colored contacts and stuff and it being really cool, there were so many high cases of contacts being unregulated, not prescription, cutting, I don't want to say cutting people's eyes, but like, it was just bad. It was bad in use and bad in how it was managed. Literally like this like dollar store run by like a third party had contact lenses for $20, and I was like, I'm sure that's not good. So there's a lot of like, there was a bunch of unregulated cosplay lenses that were going around, and people were like, oh, this is cool, but like not thinking about the eye safety. And it's like, you don't know what you don't know until it happens. But there has been improvement where there are cosplay lenses that are made like contacts that are prescription and better on your eyes, that aren't very harmful and don't harm your eyesight either. So there has been improvement, but you want to do your research. Yeah, exactly, Lieutenant. You want to focus on the Lord, and the Lord will help you win. I wish we had more cool, neutral colors of hair and eyes. Oh, like cosplay, like options, like as in characters having like more of that, or us having more of that. Thankfully, I cosplay as military dudes, so I don't have to need to worry about lenses. I will just be my own. No, they're not. I think that's why it was so bad, because they're just like plastic, or I don't even know what it was made out of, and they're pretty harmful. There are now better contacts, but yeah, not all of them were made the same. So if you just thought like, oh, this is cool, there had been a lot of injuries and a lot of eye damage. So I'm like, yikes, it scared me. I don't think so. I don't think you do. I think the outside is the color. The inside, I don't think you really do it. There's one side I recommend because they are FDA approved in Korea. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. That is pretty, like, I wonder if it's the one that everyone started buying from. I remember as I did more cosplay, there was a specific website that everyone was like, yeah, just get your lenses from this one website. And that, like, you have to make sure when you order them that you have to have, like, your prescription eye fits or whatever ready for them, because they specifically need that from you when you order them. Yeah, exactly. You need your eye to be fitted. People who got like giant Selka lenses, they're the ones that engulf your whole eye. I think a good example is like Genos, like his eyes are like black and then he has golden pupils. Those contacts are crazy. I'd rather just wear a mask or something. I think also just a reminder, if you feel like, yeah, those are so bad for you. They engulf your whole eye. It's crazy. Yeah, Pinky Paradise! Wow, it's been so long since I've heard that name. That was where everyone was buying their cosplay lenses. Everyone was like, stop buying them at weird sites on Amazon. Buy them at Pinky Paradise. I don't know. I don't really like want to put contacts in my eyes. It's one of those things where I'm like, I know I make my character pop, but I'm not the type to also just like stand and take pictures and all that stuff. And even if I did take pictures, I can always Photoshop the color in there. So like, if you are gonna do colored lenses, the unspoken taboo, that's why I've labeled it. Like, yeah, you don't really need them. It's not like anyone's gonna be like, I can't believe you don't have green eyes for this green-eyed character. Well, I don't really want to put lenses in my eyes, so there's just a lot of extra effort. I know why people do it anyways. I'm not trying to say like, oh, you're doing something negative. Just make sure, like, one, that they are from like a trusted source like Pinky Paradise, and then two, it's really worth it. Like, are you gonna be like really in depth in character. You can take a lot of photos and stuff like that. You know, you just want to be really good about it. Because when I made this PowerPoint a long time ago, I also had gone to a panel, so I have a lot of notes about it, because there's this one girl who also worked at an eye doctor, and saw the negative impacts of, you know, the fake lenses, colored lenses, because people weren't even like just buying it for cosplay. A lot of people were just like buying it to, before filters existed about changing your eye color. People were just trying to have different eye colors. I've never worn colored lenses or any contact lenses because they scare me. Same, Mira. I watched a girl in elementary to like middle school try to put in a contact lens, and then like she lost it, and I was like, how? And I watched it in the bathroom, like we're just washing her hands, and she was adjusting it, and then she was like, guess I just gotta blink it forward, and she left, and I was like, where did it go? So I was scarred forever. I would probably spend way too much time trying to put them on and then take them out and be in pain. Yeah, I remember I was watching this whole video of like the production of Saja Boys in IRL, and they have to put in the lenses, and the one guy was so scared. He's just like, ah. Yeah, Hotel Transylvania perfectly gave me the answer for lenses when Johnny tried taking them off. Big nope. I could never. Also, covering your eye pupil is bad. Yeah, how do you even see? It's crazy. That's why I labeled this the unspoken taboo. Harry Potter in the movies was supposed to have green colored contacts, but he was allergic. Oh, interesting. See, you don't really need contacts. Pull it off. You can be like Harry Potter. Actual contacts can be difficult at first, but you get used to it. Yeah, people with like contacts are actual like contacts, like the go boop boop. They're just kind of used to it, but it's just also very frightening. I think the thing about contact lenses is that it does make your cosplay pop, and it's because they're unnatural eye colors. Well, for the most part, because some people, if you're brown, you might wear blue contacts. But for the ones that are like unnatural, they do make your cosplay pop. But that's because you don't see anybody with red eyes. If you do, you should start running and praying. Not unnatural. But let's see. Okay, I wrote in my notes, you do have to make sure you do your research. You do have to make sure you get your eyes measured. So you do have to visit an eye doctor. And then you want to make sure that they are FDA approved, because there has been a lot of just injuries and stuff like that. So you want to make sure that you're safe. I'm trying to look at my notes because there's a lot. The first time sucks. It took me 40 minutes to put in my contacts the first time I got them. 40 minutes by like 5. Like if I was gonna put them in, I'd just be like by the 5-minute mark. I'm just like, you know what, I'm returning these. Unless they're albino. Fair. That's a good point. I forgot about that. There's a disease or a specific thing where also makes like your eyes purple. Red eyes demon. Yeah, you gotta measure your eyes, which isn't that crazy? I'm gonna ask my eye doctor. I go to the eye doctor on Wednesday. I haven't been to an eye doctor in so long, so I'm like, I'm gonna make sure I'm okay. Not like my vision's going like, but you know, gotta visit your doctors every once in a while. You know, make sure you're all good inside and out. So I'll be like, hey, what are my eye measurements? You can get unapproved lenses that can damage you. Yeah, that was the whole like thing. There's so much damage from unapproved licenses. It's crazy. You have 2. If you have astigmatism, you need different ones. That's wild. That's true. Some people do have different sizes for their eyes. Saw a meme the other day where people said they would explain red eyes in photographs by saying it was a demon War of the 80s. That's, I forgot about that because as technology is advanced, we don't really have a lot of photos that people just have red eyes in anymore. It's just like, it's just red. Sometimes just red because of the way the glare and the things. Let's see. I'm gonna look at my notes. Yep, I wrote that the big Selka lenses are so bad for your eyes. The dangers of wearing the costume lenses. Oh, there we go. Since costume lenses are not properly fitted to your specific eye shape and size, they can cut, scratch, and or infect your eyes. The various shapes can make the lenses uneven in texture, resulting in eye injury. Abrasions, ulcers, keratitis, and blindness can occur. Additionally, if they are not FDA approved, they can be opened and repackaged by any retailer, resulting in potential exposure to germs and chemicals. It was bad back in the day. CV, welcome, man. We're doing well, but today I think we're gonna have to go and back and watch the VOD. It's gonna be a long VOD, but it's gonna be good for the workday. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I think I could just not have cool eyes. I think we're cool with the eyes God gave us already. That's why I'm like, I was never one to do cosplay lenses, but all I did was just put on eyeshadow and colors that are just basically the color of the contact. That way you still have the color of the eye near the eye, but not on the eye. But like Corky said, Pinky Paradise. Basically, every cosplayer buys their lenses from Pinky Paradise, and I hope nobody is buying them outside of Pinky Paradise. Anime lenses, they're oversized. So bad. Well, that was basically it for context. You don't really need them. They're not really like a need be for cosplay. They exist, but it's good to know that they exist. And Pinky Paradise is FDA approved. If you go anywhere else, it's most likely not going to be FDA approved. They're going to be too big. They're going to harm your eyes. And there's potential of risks in health. So you don't really want to do that for a cosplay. You just want to keep it cool. There's still a few months before ReachCon. Not sponsored. True. That's why I was inspired to do this cosplay one. Because if you do go to Reach, well, this could be a good walkthrough of how you can like do cosplay and stuff like that and kind of get more used to it. So that'd be really exciting. And I'll be cosplaying. So it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be great. So it'll be cool. Let's see. And then if you are going to Reach, you can use my code above my head to save 5 buckaroos. Or if you want to support me on my travels to Reach, you can also donate to my Ko-Fi that's pinned. I think it's still pinned. I can't see the other side. But now, step number 4. Not sponsored, but I do have this cool link. Exactly. Thanks, Rabbit. Sponsored and or I guess we're supported. I don't know if sponsored is the right answer or the right word. And then posing like a star, a Joe star. How to pose and feel confident taking pictures in your cosplay. That was something I had to work on. Because when I first cosplayed, someone asked me for a photo, and I was like, sure. So getting used to actually like posing takes some time and some practice, you know. There's definitely a lot of videos on YouTube, pictures, threads on do's and don'ts about posing. But you know, before you go to a con, it's best to just prepare ahead of time, just to get yourself in that mindset. Like if someone asks you for a photo, like what are your like top 5 poses that you're gonna do, or your top 2? Like let's say your character has very 2 iconic poses. I gotta do poses. Yeah, Or you can like default the kawaii like peace sign, you know. But if your character has like poses, you know, just having ba-dum. Found the red-eye meme and shared it. Thank you, Rabbit. I do remember learning the Uraka pose before cosplaying her. Oh, the one with the hands? So true. Signature pose. That's why, like, if your character has a very signature pose, then you can just default to that all the time. But it's good to have a variety in case you do want to just, like, do different poses. Especially if you ever go to a cosplay meetup, they take several takes. So you can either do the same pose or you can do, like, multiple. There's still, like, it's kind of funny when people were doing the OK symbol, the Gotham symbol, in photos. There's a photo of me out there in a My Hero group doing the Gotham symbol. So funny. Looking back at my old cosplay photos, I was very stiff. I mean, when you're new to it, you are, you know, it's very understandable and normal to be like stiff and not sure how to pose. You know, I just kind of did like a kawaii peace sign or something. I don't really remember what I did. But once you get more confident and like start practicing, you're like, bam, bam, bam. That's why I call it Joe Star poses, you know, because they always pose all the time. So just kind of a practice, you know. And then if you take a photo, make sure your badge and items are way out of the shot. You know, sometimes when people take pictures of me, I end up removing my lanyard or giving it to, when people took picture of me, I had my items device, stuff like that, you know, just so like my name and stuff isn't in the photo. It's just like all just character. And even if you're still wearing your badge, it's not bad, but it just kind of adds a little bit more oomph to your photo. Especially if you're doing like pictures in groups, like the ones where it's like cosplay meetups. That's what basically cosplay meetups are. You meet up, everyone's in costumes from this specific series. You all get to like rejoice and talk, but also at the same time, everyone takes photos all together and like do like photos with other characters and poses and stuff like that. So it's really fun. But I just kind of make sure to like take off my like lanyard and I tie it to my bag or something. Because you also don't want to lose your badge on accident. You never went to one of those? I have been to the Ruby ones when I went to my first big convention at San Japan. That was really cool. I was Penny. So that was cool. And I really liked that all the rubies were surrounding me crying. That was my favorite one. They're like, Penny, no! I don't remember whatever poses we did. So that was great. So just fun. I think that's really the only one. No, the My Hero ones. Yeah, those were all the ones I went to. I remember the summer one. That was fun. It was hot, but also when it was cold, I felt so bad for the girls in the bodysuits. For the girls like Ochako and Froppy, because I remember at an Ikkicon years ago, they ended up deciding to do the My Hero shoot outside. I mean, we had to do them outside. I don't remember why, but it was so cold. Our shoot had to go so fast. We looked cool, but we were freezing on the inside. I was a female version of Kirishima, Hiro Kimishima, so I had the sleeves, but still it was very cold. Yeah, she's there. She's nyanging around. She just wants to come in. She basically, every time I let her in, she goes straight under my table. Goes straight for the power cord that's connected to the, like from my system to the outlet. And she goes, I'm like, why are you like this? I'd kick you out of the room because you do exactly this behavior. And if she doesn't eat the wire, she jumps onto the table and basically squashes the camera wire. Shaking my head. One day she'll learn. No, you have food. You have all your things out there. Don't let her convince you. She will try to eat your wires. Let's see. I'm trying to think what else. Ba-na-na-na. Oh yeah, like I said, you don't want to lose your badge, but also don't forget any items when you put them down. I literally watched this happen in real time at a con. Somebody asked for a photo, the person put her stuff down, they took the photo, and then they kept walking. And I was like, excuse me, wait. I wasn't sure what their character was, so I was just like, wait. VIP. I have seen people leave stuff behind. I'm like, wait. Because my mom did that all the time, leave stuff behind. So I became very vigilant when people kind of just leave stuff. I helped a Todoroki when they left a print on a table, and I was like, excuse me, Todoroki. And I don't remember what characters they were. I was like, excuse me, I saw that you put this down for your photo and you started walking away. So sometimes you get distracted and you leave stuff behind. So make sure don't leave stuff behind. That's also just a golden rule. I always make sure that when I leave a panel or anywhere I sit, I literally make sure, okay, I sat down with this amount of items in my hand and my bag. And so I make sure, like, okay, when I leave, do I still have the same items? Because a lot of people drop stuff on accident. People put their stuff down. I keep holding on to my AK-47. I mean, it's one of those things where if it's part of your prop, everyone holds all their stuff. But at an anime convention, I should have specified. When they put their stuff down, I mean like they put their bag or because this picture was taken in the artist alley, so they had prints and stuff, so they were holding that, and then when someone asked for a picture, they put those things down, so it's not part of the picture. That's why it's important that when you do put anything down, you just pick it back up. Melinda actually being vigilant in her natural habitat. So true. Being a warrior of hope, making sure you don't forget anything. I remember someone dropped a thing, and I was like, excuse me, is this yours? And they're like, oh yeah, thank you. I didn't realize it fell. I don't know, you're just kind of busy, and it's a long day to be there. Translation, mother, let me in. And she's like that meme, let me in. No. She's only meowing because she knows that, like, if she meows long enough, that I might give in. But this time I will not break. Because she usually just walks away after if I don't open it up. I can't wait to go back cosplaying once I'm done with college. Once you have the freedom. Well, let me text Vice really quick. He's off of work. Hooray. Meanwhile, otherwise she would forget the smallest details anywhere else, but is hypervigilant at cons. True, sometimes I do forget some small things, but at cons, hypervigilant. My kitten sneaks up and leaps into my lap to gain access to typees. If we ever see like blah, 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 random letters, we know who is the culprit on Dan's account. Trying to see. Also, remember, poses can be simple. You don't have to like do a thing where you keep your leg in the air and try to look like you're doing a backflip. You know, people keep in mind that people also love your character, so people will ask for photos. Sometimes you can't get away with it. You're also free to decline, like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable with photos yet, and I'm sure people will be really respectful about it. But if you do want to do it, just, you know, keep it simple. You just grab I feel like when you have a default signature pose, like when you think about it and get into a mindset, like you're already aware people are going to stop you for questions, or not questions, for pictures. And then if you have a pose ready already, it helps you be more like, okay, I'm going to do like, and then they're like, they take the photo, and then it only lasts for like a few seconds, honestly. And then they're like, thank you. And they move on. And you're like, thank you, you know? Dude, I had someone try to take a photo of me without asking, and I was like, dude, please just ask me. No, we literally talked about the beginning of the stream. Cosplay etiquette. It's like, bruh, we worked hard to dress up. All you could do is, you know, build some courage to also just ask, you know. I remember going to con in my military cosplay, and well, I felt like the quiet kid just walking alone as other people are in groups. But whenever I bump into another military cosplayer, they'll always fist bump me. That's the nice thing about cosplay, like conventions, you just like build friendship across cosplays. There's something about it, you know? that the majority of people are pretty chill. So if you're in the same kind of vibe and stuff like that, they will greet you and stuff like that. I swear I don't buy. Yeah, cosplayers are pretty chill, pretty cool. You know, if anyone like, it's one of those things where you just can't like randomly walk up to them and be like, hey, can I be part of your group? I mean, sometimes, but sometimes groups will come up and be like, hey man, you want to join our group? You want to walk around with us? I remember that happened at my first convention when I was not cosplayed. But I was like, sure. And then I ended up I needed to go to different panels. So we ended up like moving our separate ways. But it was cool that like people could be like nice enough to be like, and just chill. You know, sometimes also in like lines to panels, people are pretty chill when you talk to them. I remember having this good conversation about voice acting with this Masato from Persona 3. And that was cool. Stuff like that. So you never know. But I would probably be shy. It's okay, Lieutenant. All in God's timing. You just gotta work a little bit on confidence. Well, good night, Dan. Good night, Corky. Have a great night. God bless y'all. You take care out there. Thanks for hanging out. We're almost done. I don't even know. We'll see how far, because we're only like halfway through our slides. I was very detailed about this. Welcome in, not suspicious at all. What a not suspicious name. Welcome in. I hope we're doing well today. We're just doing we're in the posing of cosplay stuff. We've already gone through a good work through of stuff. But I am doing well, thank you. Let's see, what else? Oh, also be aware if like some people be like, oh my gosh, you know. They'll like sometimes don't hold on, I got this text twice. There we go. A hexadecimal sentence? No, not really. I'm on a mission to wrap up our slides, and we're only like 25 out of 42, so I'm gonna have to cut it somewhere. Except when when it comes to asking for photos to female cosplayers or anything. Oh, as long as I wear the mask or a gas mask, I'll be bravish. That's a big slideshow. I know, this is like a cosplay 101. I feel like because we lost an hour to yapping. Not in a bad way. You're just like talking about stuff, which is good. I feel like probably the next ones will start ramping up because they're not really in depth. This is just like, all right, posing, practicing, stuff like that. You could tell I put so much into this because I've cosplayed a lot. So it was cool. Let's see. Oh yeah. So if someone like screams like, "Oh my gosh," that's so and so from that anime, and it's clearly you. Do not be alarmed. Sometimes people just get really excited because you might be the first person they seen, or you might be cosplaying something niche. They're like, "Wow, I didn't expect to see you," or they're just like, "Wow," they're in awe of your costume, stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. And then if you do have a social media, so like if you are like confident and you're like building a cosplay account, you can be like, if they take a photo of you, you could be like, thank you. When they say thank you, like, thank you. You can, if you can, you can tag me at like insert handle here. And then they'd be like, cool. And sometimes you will get people who like tag you, since people use media a lot. So cool, Melly. Thank you, Mira. It's just so cool. Let's see. Then just to further build an arsenal of cosplay stuff. So, you know, this is just still a continuation of posing. You know, keeping it simple. Starting with like one pose is fine, you know. That's good. And then you can build an arsenal for photos. That way, like, if you feel like you are getting stagnant or something, you can just keep swapping it up. Let's see. I plan to put my Instagram at somewhere on my Cosplay, so when people ask, I just point on the paper I stick on my vest. Oh, that's a good point. They keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. It's funny. Vice had told me that, and I was like, eh? And then he broke it down for me. I was like, oh, I've never heard that before. There's some people that put a patch, an emblem, a sticker, a thing, either on their prop. So when you, like, let's say on your, like, gun prop, the way you face it out to the photo, you'll have, like, your name on it. So even if someone didn't get a chance to, like, see your handle, it's already on your photo. Sometimes people have it somewhere on their costumes. Not really a lot because it's a specific costume, but they have it, like, somewhere in general. Oh my gosh, Afanath, welcome in. Thank you for the raid on Zerg. Hi, Zerg. I feel there is a collab going on. Hello, Raiders. Soy Melinda Esperanza, your local demon slayer and warrior of hope. Welcome in. Dreamers raining in, the draggers diving in. Whoa. Watch your heads, everybody. Welcome in, Zerg. Welcome in, Zerk Oryu. Welcome in, Zephanaf. Welcome in, Holy Mystic. Welcome, welcome. What were y'all doing today? Welcome in. How's the Cosplay 101? It's going really good. I'll probably have to end soon, mostly because it took about 3.5 hours to get through half the slides. I was just very invested. This is a very, like, you want to know about cosplay? I have powered. I have gathered quite the arsenal for you to feel well off about cosplay. So I'm very, very like, woo. But it's going good. How are y'all today? Or how's the stream? Vintage story? Ooh. Lieutenant Spider-Man meme. It's you! It's me. Do you link to your VTuber page? Not me. I haven't done that myself. When I did do cosplays before I was a VTuber, I don't think I really, like, tagged myself or told people to tag myself. It was only until, like, I was doing group photos with people that, like, I was like, oh yeah, I have a page, you can tag me, and so it was there. The Zebra were playing Vintage Story, prepping for our friend Kay for when she joins us on the server. Oh, that's fun. I forgot. What's the premise of Vintage Story again? I'm just bad with game names. So I mix them up all the time. Ripperoni, one day. But I hope it was a lot of fun. Hope y'all had an enjoyable time in the server. Hope it was smooth of a stream. Thank y'all for coming in. I appreciate it. If you don't know Zaf and Zerg, we've had Zerg on our D&D stream. That was really cool. But Zaf and Zerg recently did a charity stream. Oh yeah, how was that? For the not Fortnite. Team Fortress. Team Fortress. Like a Christian streamers charity battle royale, basically. Minecraft with RPG elements. Oh, okay. It was not what I was thinking of, but I do remember seeing it. That's cool. I wonder if I should recommend my friends to play Vintage Story, because they want to go back to the Minecraft worlds. Skibidi Fortnite. No. Oh, there's a lot of technical difficulties. Oh no. That's unfortunate. But you know, that's okay. It's postponed a different day. There's more time to practice, coordinate. You know, it's just a extended training arc. And that's okay. You know, it's still gonna be fun. Still gonna be cool. And anyone who couldn't make it to watch now has an opportunity again to watch. So that'd be cool. Makes things better in the end. Yeah, exactly. So no one feels rushed of like, I need to improve my skills now. Especially if you haven't like opened the game in like years, you know, you get a little bit more time. So that's nice. All ungodly timing. But we're just talking about posing right now. If you're new to cosplay, I was just mentioning like you can just keep it simple, you know? Have one pose you default to. And then you work from there. Let's see. I wrote a note about side notes about photo shoots, group anime shoots. If you're not comfortable, that's okay. Some people go to the group ones of their anime and just watch, you know? So if you do want to go to like a cosplay meetup, but you're not ready to like go up when they do character roll call to take all the pictures, honestly, you could just be someone who still watches. There are people who do that. They go to the thing and they don't go in the pictures. There's no really rules to it, you know. No one's gonna be like, hey, get in there, you know. They might say like someone might like maybe think like you didn't hear and so they'll try to invite you in and you can be like, oh no, I'm okay, and then no one's gonna be like, oh come on man, you know. They're like, okay. So that's something you can like go see it all unravel and then go from there. And then also ask photographers where they're going to put the photos. So if you do take your photo at the group photo shoots and stuff like that at the meetups, just be like, hey, you know, like where are the photos going to be? Is it under the con hashtag? Is it going to be under like photographer's photo specific account? You know, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, you could just search for it on like just by going by tags and cons, but just, you know, asking somebody, be like, hey, excuse me, where are you going to post the photos so I can find them too? And some people can be really kind and be like, I can just send them to you like via like Discord or Instagram, or, oh, I'm going to like post them under here. I know the cat is back. She's been trying to get in to eat the wires. What a chaotic girl she turned out to be. Let's see. And I feel like asking, this is usually for the pro photographers, so you can basically tell they're the ones with the giant cameras. And usually they're also the ones who take photos for the convention as well. Not all of them, but usually there is at least one or two designated photographers that do go around the whole con taking photos of the event. So if you ever see someone with a giant camera just kind of taking pictures of you, not like you specifically, but like just taking pictures in general and walking around, that's usually a photographer for the con. Sometimes they will stop you, not you specifically, but like in general, like, hey, you look great, can I take a picture of you and your friends, or just take a picture of you? And then that's how you can end up on the page or stuff like that. Let's see. Oh, that's right. One time me and my friend were on a website page. Not anymore, but it was really cool. It was actually a photo taken during the cosplay competition. They wanted both lines of people, because we were a small group, like small cosplay turnout, and they were like, we need you to face each other, so may start winding down my night soon. Suppose I could look into the Discord for it too. Our Discord is 2,500 points. I know, the kitty. I know if I let her in, she's just gonna into chaos, so I can't. We can't break. We cannot fold. She can wait until after stream is over. Let's see. And then what's our next part? Oops. I keep forgetting that some photos are hyperlinked. Let me see. Trying to see what's our next slides. We have so many slides. I'll just film part 2 off a stream, or we can just do a part 2 continued. Cause it is late, so just blew all my points in the VIP. Ripperoni, it's okay. If you could save up for VIP, it'll be no problem for Discord. I've been following up on what is going on. But I don't know you have a cat. Hi, Vincent. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. I'm talking about cosplay stuff, so I'm going to just wrap up the last points of like being in character stuff and then call it a day. And then maybe we pick up on the second part. I didn't realize how long this was going to take. That's how it goes. Things to just keep in mind. Also donate 1 point. Thank you, Vincent. Was I meant to get a badge on the Twitch channel as well? Oh, do you not see it? That's weird. I put it as VIP. I don't know if you need to refresh or because I put it on my end that you were VIP, but I can double check after stream is over too. Maybe I forgot to hit like a finalize button or something, even though I thought I did. But we'll see. I'll make sure that's fixed. Unless it's just like a time process thing. Who knows? Let's see. Just things to keep in mind. Don't compare. Comparison is always evil, you know. Works of the enemy. Never compare yourself to someone else. This could be the 100th time that this person that you're looking at is cosplaying, have done it professionally, or already have skill sets and backgrounds already for cosplay. So if you show up as your first cosplay and all of a sudden you're like, oh, that person looks really great though, and feel self-conscious, it's just like, don't compare yourself to someone who's already at a mastery of a level 100 when you barely like loaded in at level 1, you know? If they've got a master sword, you'll get there eventually, you know, but you spawned in with the stick. But it's a really great stick. My specialty is tapping, not to brag. I like the little like hand emotes like that's always cool. 2 bot cosplays are valid. It's okay that yours is store-bought. There will be different variations depending on the manufacturer, but in the end, we're all the same character, you know? And then never let anyone pressure you into anything. Roxas, that's a stick. Whether it be 18-esque photos or pics of your feet, which is a thing that people do. They will be like, hey, can I have a photo? And then go, you'd be like, yeah. And they go straight for your feet. And you'd be like, that's weird. Please don't do that. If anyone ever asks you for like a certain pose or a certain vibe or in anything that you just feel like is sketch or uncomfortable, remember that you do not have to provide convenience to a total stranger when you're feeling uncomfortable. You know, you could be like, sorry, I'm going to decline or no. And if they're fussy about it, you can always report them to security because you're not there to entertain their, you know, anythings, you know, or you know, no. No is no. Anyone making you try to like pressure you into anything, you just no. And you walk away. Let's see. I had my own notes about cosplays because I remember I didn't actually like taking photos in cosplay because I didn't like taking photos in general, like at all. I felt like I looked bad in photos until realized one day this revelation that it wasn't that I looked bad in photos. It was just that I wasn't confident when that photo was taken. And that's why I felt bad when looking at them because I could see that I wasn't confident. So I felt bad. So before any photo, I set a positive mental space to do my best to feel great and confident in the photo. And I wanted to capture those good feelings that were going on around me and within me. And that really helped my photos as well. So that was very, very nice. Okay, cool. We'll end on this slide because our next slide is cosplay repair and stuff like that. So those we'll get more into next time. But just to end off on cosplay stuff, in-character etiquette is important. I'll try to catch more streams in the future. Now that I'm fine. That's really funny, Mr. Ketzali, building points. You're just like, all right, I feel like we reached a point where this is good. But I appreciate it. So just some things in character etiquette that I think is really handy and should be very something that you should think about is being respectful. If you are a family friendly character, and kids want a photo, do not curse around them and be impolite and vulgar. It's one of those things where it's like for adults between each other, there's like, yeah, you know, whatever. But it's important to be mindful and aware that you're cosplaying characters that younger audiences will recognize and be excited about. You know, like if you dress like a Disney princess, they're gonna feel like, oh, is this like Disneyland? You know, I'm gonna go up to you and you're gonna like sign my book or whatever. Kids get excited. So don't be the jerk that breaks a kid's heart because you're insensitive and can't read the room. Because I've seen that happen before and I was like, I can't believe this. So don't, you know, kids get really excited. So, you know, I remember a kid thought I was Sailor Moon was I was, Star of the Universe. I forgot. She was also blonde and had a wand. So she was really excited. And I didn't want to be like, oh, I'm not that person, because kids, you know, they look at different characters and they think they're all kind of similar, the same character. So I was like, yeah, I'll definitely take a picture. And then we had a fun time, like in this like little yapping with each other, and we took a photo. I've taken a photo with this little tiny kid. He was just really excited. I too was Ash Ketchum when I was like helping with our Halloween event at college. And I was like, yeah, do you want to hold my Pikachu? You know, like he goes, if you clip his hand, he goes Pika Pika. And he was like, whoa. And then we took a photo. I feel like I still have this photo somewhere because I found it a while back. And he's just like beaming in the photo. So be aware of who you cosplay and just be conscious, you know, if you have a vulgar kind of like, you know, like you curse and stuff, like that's a norm for you. You know, just be aware if any kids are around, stuff like that. Don't be inappropriate. You know, you chose a kid-friendly character, so at least you can do some courtesy in family-friendly areas. I've done some photography of cosplayers at conventions. I would never ask anything to do something inappropriate or make them uncomfortable. That's good, Vincent. You've got good common sense. Unfortunately, some people don't. That's why I have to add it to a stream, you know? When I do get join the Discord, I'll come through some cosplay-related videos I've saved and share them. Oh, that sounds good. I did make a cosplay IRL channel, so people did want to share their cosplays and stuff. It's good. I respect their boundaries. I know, as we all should. Confuse a magical girl with a Disney princess? Oh no, this was just another example. Like a kid thought I was a said character, and I didn't want to like deflate her dreams of being like, no, I'm not that character. Sorry, you know, like no, we're not gonna take a picture, you know. She's just really excited. She's like, oh my gosh. And so basically it looks like Sailor Moon, the Star of the Universe girl. So we just took a fun picture. You just want to be kind to kids. Many parents also think all characters are the same. Yeah, the mom didn't realize I was not Sailor Moon. Thankfully, I was never in that position in the end. I took a photo of the cosplayers because I like their cosplay. As one should. Vincent's setting the example out here. Safe for work only. Yeah, only safe for work only. I mean, that's in my rules. You can't post anything not safe for work. You know, we are a wholesome land of hope. Let's see. And then be thoughtful. You may see someone from the same series and the characters could be friends. Like, let's say you're dressed up as... you know, like you're Zenitsu and you see a Nezuko. Don't yell her name and jump at her. You know, just because you might be characters that are familiar with each other doesn't give you permission to barge into the group or touch other cosplayers, you know. If you ever see that do happen, that's usually like a group filming a skit or something like that. But if you're like, you see someone, you don't want to be like overly friendly kind of thing, or insert yourself kind of thing. You want to say hello first, be like, hi. You know, if you're dressed as Zenitsu is like the example I said, and you see him Nezuko, like, hey, you know, I really like your Nezuko, you look great. I was wondering, could I film if you're comfortable with it? Could I film me like running at you, standing next to Ko, and you can like turn around. Like, 'cause that's how people get like some bits, cosplay video bits. And that's a way to better it's a better way to meet and interact with people. Though if by accident, like you're really excited about a character and you end up shouting another character's name, don't scare off people. Kind of thing. So, you know, you just want to be courteous. It's one of those things where people, when they do meet each other from the same fandom, it's one of those things as well that it does automatically make you bestest of friends, you know? It just means that, what's it called? That you're in the same series, but you don't know each other. So it's best to like ask for like a photo or something and be like, hey, if you're comfortable, can we do just a really quick bit between our characters, or like if they're a group of people too, that'd be cool. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, Nezuko. I wonder what rage policy is on remote flying swords. This is a joke. I'm sure drones aren't allowed. I know it's a reference to the video that Rabbit posted in our Discord. I'm like, wow, that's cool. The power of engineering and being a cool nerd. And welcome back, Non-Suspicious. And then cover up the valuables. I mean, it's one of those things, it's a convention and there's cosplays. You make sure that you don't have anything that slips out or all these things are tucked away as they should. And whatnot. My goodness, I wrote. An example is like, you can use like cloths that are like underwear, so it's not like showing or anything. You can buy like specific tape stuff, especially for men who are in like Spider-Man or Deadpool outfits. It helps you just kind of like flatten out and just like look appropriate, you know. It just helps add etiquette to your, and not like etiquette, but it just adds to your character, and it just makes it look more appropriate than kind of like weird, you know. So just things to keep in mind. And then keep hydrated. This is a more general one, but if your costume is hot, please drink water. And if it's the summertime, drink even more water. You gotta drink a lot of water. I remember the first con I had gone to, I don't think I was cosplayed for it, but I remember, or maybe I was, but I remember this Shisamaru cosplayer. I literally walked into the convention and I was like, wow, they look amazing. They must be really hot. And then through the later of the day, like midway, like towards the afternoon probably, I saw them laying down on a bed at the infirmary tent because they passed out from overheating. So they were just giving water and everything. And the con at that time was really good about like, hey, do you want some water? And they were just handing out little bottles of waters or cups of water, stuff like that. And so that was just interesting. I was like, oh my gosh. It's just like one of those things where it's like a double take. I was like, I literally saw you this morning. Now you're perishing. Hi, Zach. Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. Soy Melinda Esperanza, your local Demon Slayer Warrior of Hope. We're just wrapping up our last rule of character etiquette. Oh, man, I forgot to ask everyone else how I could pray for them when they raided in. If you're still here, if you would like a prayer for me, let me know. Welcome in, Zach. Is there any advice you would give, since you cosplayed as well, that you're like, people should know this? The masses should know. Also, not suspicious. What is the Tao? No, I do not know. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. If you don't, you don't know, it's okay. Check out also Thunderbird, though. He's my V-sibling from our same art mama. But he's also a comic writer. The Tao is a bird. Do you have a bird? Have spare tape, glue, etc. Accidents happen after all. So true. That is good advice. I have literally gone. I remember I had cosplayed as Bakugo, and immediately as I got to the convention, his gauntlets fell apart, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" I literally just got here though. Oh. They're endangered? I can definitely pray for that. And Scrap King, welcome in. I hope we're doing well today. If you're doing a big cosplay like a Gundam or something where you have limited mobility and your arms are inside the cosplay, considering having a small shelf in front of you to hold small things. True! Big brain, Scrap King, big brain. That's what I was thinking when I was going to make the... what's it called? The vending machine guy. You can add pockets within, so while you're walking around and people are helping guide you, you can still like eat snacks and have like a water and just like stuff like that. This is from my experience cosplaying Mike the TV from Reboot. Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool. Frigo Camelo? Who is Frigo Camelo? There are a lot of characters I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know, actually. Let me see. Hot days, please drink water. Cosplayers pass out. So true. And that's that. I think that's basically it. We covered a lot today, actually. For those who weren't here at the beginning, we covered what is cosplay, you know, lifting up one another, how to budget on a cosplay, how to break down a character concept, and then when you've chosen a character concept, how to execute it. We had some examples of how to break stuff down, the alternatives of sewing, starting out small, don't make your cosplay last second. If you do, make sure any items that you need delivered for your outfit arrive. Like, if you're gonna do an outfit and it's gonna take you some time, definitely order those things that need to travel to you. Because who knows, like maybe it gets lost or it doesn't fit and you need to return it. So make sure those are good. We talked about wigs, wig caps, how to even put on a wig cap, getting the right color and type for a wig, the different types of wigs. We went through makeup, skincare, body paint. We went through colored lenses. We went through posing and practicing, not comparing. And then next time we'll get into cosplay repair, sewing on buttons, props, types of props, the different types of props, shoes, that props are also optional. And then I'll have a few examples of my cosplays and then summary reminders. So let me check. I can show probably some examples. A Frigo Camelo is a cross between a camel and a refrigerator with 2 feet that wear oversized boots. You mentioned something about a vending machine a few minutes ago. Oh, I see. I wonder if anyone's made art of Frigo Camelo and the vending machine. I mean, it's not impossible. The other day, I just realized that Dandadan looks like the Darkrai Pokemon. And I was like, I wonder if anyone has drawn them together. That would be really interesting. That would have been really cool. I'm sure that someone has probably thought about it. If not, I'll probably draw it. Headed to bed now? Right now, before I type anything else weird? That's okay. It wasn't weird at all, CV. It was just kind of sharing about like, oh, that guy sounds like this guy. That's cool. There's a lot of characters that have similarities, so it'd be really cool if the vending machine, there's a meetup of just like, I don't know, inanimate objects. I mean, obviously also probably like Gundams and stuff, like mech robots. Who knows what kind of like meetup that would be. But thanks for hanging out. God bless you. Take care out there. Hope you have some good rest. We'll also be wrapping up here. I'm just going to look at Bird Moz. Hi, Moz. Welcome in. I hope we're doing well today. It's good to see you. I wanted to go to the Kamen Rider History meetup in next time. Did you miss it? Was it something like, did you not get to go, or did you do get to go and they're just like, it was just happening at another time of something else? Hope August is going smoothly for you. Thank you. It has been going really well so far. I mean, it's only like day 4, but it's been going good. I feel like since I've been taking vitamin D pills, injecting like 50,000 sunlight rays into my blood each week, I'm feeling pretty good. Let me move to the part where I share some cosplay props. Just skipping over all the other things that we have in mind. Yeah, we'll share. I'll go into the other ones in depth, but this is something I'm just going to show you how cardboard really quick can be good. Yeah, it was too early in the day, and I had no clue my ride would take so long getting there. No! Oh! Christ. I wonder if anyone recorded the panel, and it's like tidbits of it somewhere, you know? Mayhaps. I hope you're also doing well, Moz. I hope you've been taking care in the meantime. NJ, welcome in. You made it before stream ended. You made it. Well, I'm going to show my cosplay prop. So this is my Starmie. I literally made this out of cardboard. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hurls Games. Welcome to Land Across Metro's Driving Grow. You just got to catch us before we wrapped up. This is really cool. I really wish that this held together so I could reuse it a lot. But when I had to travel back home for college, you know, just having no place to put it, and then stuff got shuffled around, and then it broke. And I was like, no! My parents were like, it's just cardboard, just throw it away, you know? So I was like, I really wanted to repair it, but I was just like, man, I guess. Cosplay stream, this is new to me. I know, this cosplay is really new to a lot of people, and I feel like now that cosplay is advanced, a lot of people are looking more into it. And more resources to like access cosplays. Oh my gosh! Corpse, hello! Hello, Raiders, soy Melinda, Esperanza, your local demon slayer, Boy of Hope. You've caught me before I wrapped up. Hi, Corpse, welcome in. I hope we're doing well today. How is your stream? Is there anything I could pray for you today? Any hope I can bestow? Hello, Raiders. We are doing some. Well, we've done actually at least 4 hours and 1 hour of yapping, but 4 hours of cosplay talk. We've only made it halfway, but I thought I would show y'all a cosplay prop I've been really proud of that I made years ago. I wish I had more pictures of it, but this is my breakdown of it. Happy to see the presentation going well. Oh my gosh, Moz. Well, I hope you feel better. Using bond glue and something like that on cardboard to make Among Us backpacks. Ooh, that sounds fun. Raid from the dead, you know, but brought back to life. Finally, you're streaming enough for me to watch you, catch you. True. It took about like 4 hours to get through half of my slides, so if we end up going, I feel like a lot of people would have caught me late tonight. But welcome in Taurus, welcome in Platformer, welcome in Cheeks, welcome in Rylinks, welcome in Corpse, welcome in The Trains Chasing Poet, and welcome in Que Peluche. ¿Hablas en español también? Yo hablo en español también. Welcome. I hope you're doing well today. What are you streaming today? Like any hobby, there's a lot to build upon. Exactly. There is a lot to build. Literally build too as well. So it's pretty cool. I feel like also the things that like, as you prep more techniques and stuff, it gets a lot more helpful. Welcome in, Golden Dragon. Good to see you. And the late. That's okay. What a beautiful accent. Oh, thank you, Platformer. It's really funny. Someone told me that I sound... I mean, it's only one person, so I don't know, like, how true it is, you know, when it's like, when I speak Spanish, I don't sound like I speak English, but when I speak English, I sound like I don't speak Spanish. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you can tell, I don't know. Right into issues into the shadow. Let me move over. Maybe because we've shouted out. Oh, there we go. You can check out my friend Corpse. We've been friends even before in my previous past life. Wow, it's been so long. Isn't that crazy? Oh, thanks, Rabbit. Let's play Metaphor. Oh, that's right. You've been playing Metaphor. Did it really come out last year? Has it really been that long? Time is but a blur for me. What? That's crazy. Time flies. I thought Metaphor came out this year because I was like, yeah, I'll get to it. Well, you know, Expedition 33's been on my list. There have been, my list is backlogged. Who's to say? Who's to say when I'll get to these games? Time flies. Time truly does flies. And hi, Jimmy! Hope you're doing well today. No society face. I hope that you've been having fun. I've heard a lot of good things about it. A part of me was like, I should play the demo. Because I remember watching Carve play the demo a long time ago. And I was like, ooh. It was funny because when Metaphor dropped, I called it the Persona 6. Ah, yes, Persona 6. Not Persona 6, but Persona 6. In a different timeline. Isekai in a different world. I am old, Gandalf. That's the price you pay for making so many interesting streams. Not enough time for JRPGs. So true. I know playing Persona games would take a whole year. It's so hard. The costs of one day. That's why we're going to stream for like many years. And then I'll just have a full year of like, all right, every day we play Persona. Metaphor. We just go through all the... yeah, that's true. I don't have enough time for JRPGs. I am playing too many different things. But they're all good things. Our next big task is Ace Attorney, which I've never played before, but we're having a good time. You're a sham, Edgeworth. That's my favorite line that I've said so far. He didn't actually say it in the game, but I liked saying it because Edgeworth is a sham. Just drop everything and log in for 40 hours? I mean, if only JRPGs are experienced. They shouldn't just be only 20 hours. I was like, if they were 20... I don't even know how far I would get in like a 24-hour stream. Crazy. What an experience that would be. Hi everyone, it's Melinda at 80 years old. Today we're finally going to be playing Metaphor. Came out in 2024, but we're better late than never, Metaphor 2024. What a rhyme. Anyways. I'm glad y'all had a good time. I'm just showing off my cosplay prop. So I talked about if you don't have a sewing machine and you don't know how to do Warbler and all those fancy stuff that has come about in the times that have changed for cosplay. You can use... I did cardboard for all my props. So basically, when I worked at my school's cafeteria, you can see this is Smart Waters. And all I did was I mapped out... I have a picture. Well, you don't see it here, but I had a picture of Starmie. And I was like, okay, these are all the shapes that I need. And I need to fold them into the triangle. So I figured out all the cardboards will be most malleable. And I used the strongest piece to hold... I just found like a shield at Goodwill or thrift store. I think it was thrift store by my school. And I secured it here so I could put my arm around it. I bended the cardboard and then I started putting all the pieces together. And then this is how it looked like. The picture is so blurry. But this is the giant Starmie that I made. It was pretty sick, pretty cool. Painted all the things afterwards. I painted things piece by piece because I really didn't want to glue it together and then have to paint it. That would have been such a pain in the butt. So I painted all pieces separately, and when they dried, I put it all together. It's huge. It is huge. It had to be huge because I was supposed to be like a ninja. And then this giant Starmie was like my giant like weapon, except I too was also the Starmie, like themed ninja. All right, no need to get Expedition 33 on my schedule for now. Don't care about metaphor spoilers. That's funny. Judah not silent. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Land Chris Minter was driving, girl. Hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome. Now I get Expedition 33. All right, Rabbit. I feel like you have plenty of time to do that before I get there. There's too many games. I barely got Elden Ring. I don't know how many hours is Elden Ring. I'm sure it's a lot of hours. All right, Kitty News. Thanks for hanging out today. Thank you, everyone, for rating in. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your days or nights, wherever you're watching from. All good things. Busy in a good way. True. Busy in a good way. We have actually this week is pretty busy. Today we had cosplay. For those who don't know, Reach is a con. It has a lot of Christian creators, but you don't have to be Christian to go. And it's happening in Florida. So if you want to go, I'll be going. A lot of people will be meeting some of their followers and stuff in person and cosplaying and whatnot. That's why we talked about a lot about cosplay. So if you want to check it out, let me put that code. My name. I forgot if it activates. There we go. You can use my code. Save 5 buckaroos. And it's basically like an anime convention, which it is. But it's more wholesome, you know, and it's about like how to improve quality of life and leveling up. So it's really pretty cool. There will be tabletop D&D vendors, artists, the huge. So it'll be really fun, exciting, really cool. Woo! You did buy Night Rain. I also have to buy Night Rain at some point. I just barely got Elden Ring, and I'm only okay. So I have to like at least defeat my first big boss, and then I can think about maybe Night Rain or something. Thank you for the stream. It was so fun, insightful. Love you, Millie. I love you too, Mira. I'm so glad. It was really nice and insightful. This PowerPoint's like 40 something slides, so I was very like, all right, we're here. The whole Steam library. Oh man, it's like those memes when the summer sale came around, and they're like, new game. And we have like our bunch. I was just like, man, I feel so called out every time the Steam sale comes. I buy more games. I mean, I don't buy as many anymore because I'm just like, you're so right. The memes are right. I have too many. I only buy ones that are like, all right, that's a pretty banger of a deal of like a really good game that I really don't want to spend $60 on, but I will spend like $10, you know, stuff like that. So thanks everyone for hanging out. This was fun. Woo! Cosplay is great. I was literally thinking, I was thinking of cosplay today. That's my whole thing for Reach Con. I'm going to be cosplayed as myself, and then 2 other Demon Slayers one from Jujutsu Kaisen and the other from Demon Slayer. So my whole lineup will just be Demon Slayers. Isn't that cool? Because I'm a Demon Slayer. I was like, wow, big brain. Will you post these up in some way? Like the pictures or the whole like slideshow? I could probably post the slideshow somewhere. I just to make sure like you can't see my email attached to it or something. Because I'm sharing it from like my email that has my name in it. Because I think it's a long PNG, a giant. Yeah, it's just like all the slides as oh, you know what? I could. Big Brain Moss has brought an idea. I could just insert all of these slides into Canva and then make it as a rotating slowly PNG. So you can like pause to read. Big brain. Big brain. I gotta write that down because I'm gonna forget. Ba-da-dum. PNG slides. I have a journal here because I know that if I don't write it down, it's gone. Unless someone else reminds me of it or something. All right, Carinas, that was fun. That was a good time. Thank you, lurkers and raiders. If you haven't checked in today, feel free to check in with the little like point redeem. Don't want Twitch to think you're a robot. Stuff like that. Unless you feel comfortable. I don't know if it counts if you stream. I don't know. Some people are shy. That's okay. I don't want you to just like pop out of lurking, but hopefully you don't get flagged as a robot. All right, let's see who's on right now. Now that we've gotten later in the time. There's really nobody on. I guess that makes sense. It's almost midnight for me. It's okay. I hope you all take care, though. Remember, hope is on your side. There is a powerful, almighty God who loves you so much, even if you don't know or do know. And remember to punch the devil in the face with your Bible today, or punch him with hope. Either or. You have two hands. Remember to drink some water, eat some good food, take care of yourself. Sometimes we're really bad at that, but, you know, it's good to take care of ourselves. Little by little, you know? Goes a long way. And then the rest of the week, honestly forgot. Wednesday we have DMing with Tabletop Fortress as a collab. We're going to talk about our experiences DMing. I think Saturday's Bible study. I've already forgot my schedule. No, I made it today. Maybe Tuesday is Bible study. I think Tuesday is actually Bible study. Oh, I'm scrolling back to my my schedules. Yes, Tuesday at 6 Central Time is our Bible study for Romans. Wednesday at 8 Central Time, though, it's going to be a late stream because of timing and stuff. We'll be talking about DMing and our experiences DMing D&D games. And then Saturday at 3 Central Time, we'll be returning to Ace Attorney for real, for real. A lot of things have come up, so we haven't like gone back to Ace Attorney, but for real, this time. Thank you for the stream, Ellen. It was nice seeing you too. It was nice seeing you too, Corpse. I know that's a fun thing. That's always been our biggest struggle. Streamers watching other streamers because we're all streaming at the same time and or streaming in opposite time zones. That's just how it goes sometimes. Let's see. What are people doing tonight? Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. We can go right over to my friend Silent Blue. She's playing Angels of Death. I haven't played that game in forever. I think I started it and then I stopped because I discovered there was an anime. And then I started watching the anime. And then I forgot to go back to the game and I forgot to finish what's it called? And I forgot to finish the anime. Will I ever know the ending of it? Probably. Maybe one day we'll go back to it. I used to play a lot of the horror smaller games. Now we just play horror bigger games. You know me, on a quest to defeat evil. Oh no, I pressed the wrong one. I forget people can also have same names. It's crazy. Alright, we did it for realsies. Alright, Carinas, thanks for hanging out. We have a schedule. Pretty packed. A little bit. And then it hasn't been announced yet. Unless it has been announced yet. For those who got to watch me, I should have announced it at the beginning, but I'm not sure if it's going to be announced today or tomorrow. But I did get to go on a tablet And so I was on the outside world and people could ask me stuff. And we had gone to a small convention that was outdoors. So it wasn't really the typical convention that you see. So I did get accepted to do, I did get to make it into the applicants to be tableting at Mag West, which I heard is really cool. And so I'll get to show y'all an actual immersive con experience, like what it's like to actually be at a bigger convention and stuff like that. So if you'll be at Mag West, my time slot is August 10th at 5:30 Central Time. I think that's 3:30 Central Time in California. I think it's in California. I'll have to look it back up, but you can catch me then. But I just want to throw that out there. So that'll be exciting. But I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.